Elana. Can you stop walking so fast? Denver was breathlessly trying to keep up with my pace. I plummeted my feet forward even more, desperate to avoid being next to him at all costs. I'm not sure if he could tell. I said, "Wait." In a split second, he transported close enough to grasp me by my arms. I was forced to a halt. Looking into his eyes, she was still trying to catch his breath. There were people around, a few of my pack members who I recognized, but luckily not one of them saw me. I was trying to flee from Denver, but at the same time I was still trying to remain as undercover as possible. If you didn't want me here, why then did you come into my car and ask that I drive you here? Denver asked. A sneaky scoff escaped my lips. Because my grandmother insisted, I shook his hands off mine. Narrowing his eyes, Denver was taken aback for a moment. Left to me, I would have been well off doing this all on my own. I brushed past his shoulders, wounding his ego even more. A delight to me. You're never going to take my word for it, are you? After a brief pause, he picked it up again. We were on foot towards the direction of the Alpha's chamber. We still had a long way to walk. What? I threw a look over my shoulders. Never going to forgive me? Denver added. It depends. What exactly am I forgiving you for? I threw the question back at him, and he chuckled softly. Come on, Eliana. My name was so strange on his lips. Is it always going to be like this? He asked. I finally came to a halt. I really want us to put the past behind us. He was the second person saying that, after my grandma. But of course, neither of them could ever understand how much Denver had hurt me in the past. Sometimes it's so heavy and huge that it's not so easy to put it all behind me like everyone asks. I look into his eyes and suddenly, I remember those years when all I yearned for was his love. When I gave him my all, only to receive a rejection at the end. I remember standing broken in front of him and hearing Claire's frivolous laughter echo through the door that day. I see him, and I'm reminded of the pain, which makes it a lot harder to simply just put it all behind me. Please meet me halfway. His arms dropped and I fell quiet. Perhaps he thought I was actually giving it a thought, but in reality, I had only just sighted Jackson leaving the tower. He had a whole army of wolves around him, and in his arms was his bride. Shit, I cussed, brushing into Denver. He followed my eyes over the hill as he hid behind the bushes. She's beautiful, I echoed. Long, dark hair, a few inches taller than him. She walked with a certain grace and elegance that made it obvious she wasn't from around here. Oh, I pity her so much, I blurted, feeling a sting in my chest. How awful it must feel to be mated to Jackson, to spend your whole life with such an evil man. Come on, Denver pulled my arms as I stood from behind the shrubs. We watched them pull away in their convoy of cars, and only then did we make our way down the hill. The air between us was a lot tenser, and I could tell by how bright the full moon shone in the skies that it was well past midnight. There's a guard at the front. Denver forced me to a halt, and I looked over. He was right. He wasn't there the last time I looked over my shoulders, my voice in a faint whisper. Well, they probably don't want what happened the last time to happen again, he replied. And Sienna, I'm not sure I saw her enter the vehicle. My heart began to race in my chest. I did. She went in with Nora and someone else into the car at the front. I'm certain none of them are in there. We just have to find a way past this guard. Denver heaved, and I looked ahead. My eyes grew bright. I know another place, I muttered. Pulling Denver's arms, we slid down the hill before I led him to the back. A little gate swung open that led into the stable. From the stable, we can get to the dungeon. That was where I stayed for most of my life, so I knew all the posts and corners around here. Not much had changed. Who was I kidding? Very much had changed. There's nothing here, Denver noted as our footsteps creaked across the stable. It was empty. All the livestock gone. I know there was a crack in my voice, For people who host parades and balls every other day, you sure don't have enough to keep a stable running, Denver teased. I batted my eyes back to him. It was more than that. It was worse than that. My dad used to love the animals, the horses especially. He was the one who took care of them, even riding them out into the woods on some days. But obviously, he fell sick. There's only so much he can do now, I scoffed with a sniffle running up my nose. And Jackson, he doesn't exactly strike you as someone who loves animals, does he? I asked, finally making it to the door. I wedged the metal away from its hinges, and it fell apart. Denver stared in awe as I led him through the dungeon. It was hard for a chill to not run up my spine. I could feel the coldness from the hard floor, but those nights, I didn't care for that. I couldn't care for that. I had to sleep, so in the corner I would sit down with my arms around my bruised knees, and I would cry there till my eyes closed. I could hear the echoes at that moment, especially the screaming and yelling from that night I was able to get away. Hey, Denver's hand was what grasped me out of my thoughts, and I zoned back at him. What? My throat was dry. I said, "Do I strike you as someone who likes animals?" Denver asked. Really? I scoffed. I would say no, given how many you've killed for your mere satisfaction, I grunted. That is not true. Every werewolf kills. It's wired into our brains to hunt, Denver said. So it is true, then? I perched up a brow and he sighed in surrender. It doesn't even matter anymore, he said. And there was a flash in his eyes, of an emotion I couldn't decipher. What doesn't matter? I asked. We paused for a moment behind the door that finally led into the tower, and then he said, I haven't killed in 6 years. Eliana, he called my name for a second time. That's how I knew he was serious. What? My lips fell wide open in disbelief. That isn't possible, I said. It is. Not since you left. His hands slipped into his pocket. At first, it was sort of to get my life in order. These cravings, they mess with your head so much. It's like every time you feed on something, it digs an even deeper, insatiable hole inside of you, and it's never enough. You kill and kill and kill, which I did, and it was still never enough. I had to control my primal desires, rather than being a prisoner to it, he added, and I folded my arms for a moment. But you're an alpha. You need to feed to be strong, don't you? I asked harmlessly, because it was true. As an alpha, he needed flesh and blood to become stronger and be able to fight off his enemies. My father had tried to wean our pack off feeding on wild game too, and even though it was mostly a success, you can't compare it to when an alpha does it. I'm an omega, so I didn't really need flesh and blood in the first place. Hell, I even went so long without it too. All the time I was in Tuscany, I lived like a human because I lived with the humans. And it was especially easier given I was still yet to come into my wolf. I tried not to think about it some days, but a part of me might have already come to terms with the fact that I might actually never shift. I drew my attention back to Denver, and I realized this was probably the longest we'd spoken without getting into a fight. Mostly because I could see a stint of genuineness in his golden eyes. I'm still alive, so, he finally shrugged. I guess I'm doing something right. Since I've been able to control myself, I honestly feel a lot better, he said. Now I feel terrible, I whispered, for thinking you killed Adam in the first place. You owe me an apology. You know, he bickered. Don't push it, I rolled my eyes to the back of my head. No wonder your first thought wasn't to just rip out the heart of the guard standing in our way. It would have been a lot easier than this. I turned to force the door open. There was a huge step to climb out of the dungeon, so he mounted first and then stretched his arm to me. Don't give me ideas, Denver croaked. I chuckled softly. That means your brother. He's the exact opposite of you, now I said, because clearly Blake was different. He obviously still fed, and the thought of him usually drove a chill up my spine. Denver's face straightened at the mention of his brother's name, and his aura went cold. I climbed out of the dungeon. Blake's always been different. He didn't emphasize much, but his deep, decadent voice conveyed enough enigma. What happened? I didn't even know when I blurted out that question, but it was from a place of not just curiosity, but of sudden concern. You won't understand, alas. Denver shrugged it off coldly. Of course, I murmured. There he was. There was the Denver I knew. Come on. He turned to walk down the halls, but I called out to him. It's 'tis way. I pointed up the stairs. Luckily, there wasn't a single soul the whole way up. But that changed when we reached my father's chamber. There was yet another guard standing in front of the door. Maybe I will rip his heart out this time, Denver croaked. Please don't. I reached for his hands and a sizzling sensation struck my chest. Uneasy, I let him go. Relax. His eyes fell on me. I'll only snap his neck, Denver said. But it was only a tease. He just ended up making a noise that was able to distract the guard and buy me some time. Finally, so he could be useful, I muttered beneath my breath as I made my way into my father's room. Quick enough before the guard gets back, I had to inject the serum through his wrist. This will help. I convinced my father, and luckily, he didn't make a fuss. Of course he knew they had been poisoning him. Only God knew how long he'd been watching Nora slip serpentoxin into his drink. But he couldn't do anything. He could barely even say anything. But with the serum, it was a step towards his recovery. There, I soothed over his hand before lifting my eyes to him. You should get better soon, but his hands held around mine. Although he could only say so many words, I could see the gratitude in his eyes. I didn't know when tears welled up in mine, because there wasn't ever a time when he looked at me the way he did at that moment. It felt like he was proud. It felt like love. I have to go. I stood up, still holding his hand for a second longer. But I will get you out of this and save the pack. Seeing what had become of it had only made me more hungry for revenge against Jackson. Now, I was certain that it was exactly what I wanted. There'll be horses again and bloodhound, I muttered, and my father nodded. I wasn't sure how we'll be able to do this the next time, but all that mattered was that we were able to do it today. And so I slipped out of the door just before the guard reassumed his position. Did you do it? A whisper crawled down my neck, and I was startled to find Denver standing right in the corridor. Yes, my hands clutched my chest. Don't be scaring me like that, I gnashed through my teeth, and he let out a chuckle. We really should get going. We looked back and forth the empty halls before making our way back the same we came. You see, you actually needed my help. You, in fact, couldn't have done this on your own, Denver hissed as we climbed down into the dungeon. I couldn't resist rolling my eyes to the back this time around. That makes 2 apologies you owe me. He darted me a stare as we made our way toward the stable door. All that was in this room was hay laying around and a couple of tools. And we were almost out. Nearly, in fact. When suddenly, we heard voices echo through the door and it almost immediately jerked wide open. The last thing I remember was looking Denver dead in the eyes, and his said the exact same thing. We were doomed. Eliana. We really should get going. Looking back and forth at the empty halls, we made our way back down in the same direction that we came. From here to the dungeon, and then out through the stable. You see, you actually needed my help, Denver scoffed all-knowingly. You, in fact, couldn't have done this on your own. He referenced what I'd told him when we first got here, and I rolled my eyes to the back. Partly because what he said was true. That makes 2 apologies that you owe me, he hissed, and even though it may have been true, there was no way he was getting anything from me. We jumped into the dungeon and wasted no second to walk out through the door that led into the stable. The air in here was warm and dry, and I felt something prick the back of my throat. All that was here was just bundles of hay laying around and a couple of tools. I looked up at the door, and it wasn't so far off. We were almost out. Very nearly, in fact. When suddenly, we heard voices echo through the door and footsteps that were drawing close. I stopped in my tracks, wide eyes falling to the handle that clicked. Someone was about to walk in. I immediately looked at Denver, and his eyes said the exact same thing. We were doomed. We're fucked. My whole mind started to race because it would all be over if that person was Jackson. And as the door drew open, panic surged inside of me. In a split second, Denver hooked his arms around me, and before I even knew what was going on, a sudden, unexpected move, he pulled me close to him and kissed me on the lips. Oh, we heard gasps from the people who'd walked into the stable. It must have been awkward to walk in on two people kissing. We're sorry. We'll just come back later, one of them stuttered, and I threw my head over my shoulder once I pulled away from Denver. The door immediately closed as they scurried away. They were just guards, Denver scoffed, but I couldn't even pretend like my heart hadn't dropped in my chest just then. My hands smothered over the corner of my lips. I could still taste him. Even though our lips met for a brief second, it was enough for the whole world to just vanish for a bit. Eliana, Denver called, and with a gasp, I drifted back to reality. I turned my face away because I'd hate for him to see how red I'd gotten. Are you okay? Denver asked. Just thrown off. I guess I scoffed lightly. Did you just kiss me? Perhaps. The realization knocked me over again, and Denver raised his hands in the air. It was the only way. I mean, I'd hate to walk in on two people just making out myself. And this is an empty stable, it makes perfect sense. Away from the noise and parade, that's beside the point, I interrupted. You could have come up with literally anything else, like fucking hiding behind that stack of haze. Well, pardon me for not taking a moment to think, when clearly time wasn't exactly a luxury at that moment. He replied me sarcastically, and I just dashed my hands over my lips. He scoffed when he saw me. I wanted him to. I don't remember you coming up with a plan. Rather than freezing there as you had and allowing them to catch us, I had to do something, and you were standing there. Your lips were wide open. Definitely not for you to kiss them, I argued. Denver chuckled with his hands slipping into his pocket. I know a lot of people that would happily want to be in the same position as you are right now, he croaked. One of the reasons I really loved wounding his ego. Good thing I'm not a lot of people, I hissed. I see that. He pressed his lips together in a way that wasn't exactly a compliment. The air around him was clustered with sarcasm. And you're sure none of them saw my face? I gritted through my lips. How could they, when your face was buried in mine? Denver said, and I pulled myself toward the door. You're gross, I countered. And you enjoyed the kiss, he replied. We stepped out into the woods, and the wind was the first thing to graze my heated face. I looked back at him. What? I thought we were only telling the truth. He shrugged his shoulders, and it may have been dark out here, but I could always catch a smirk across his lips. It's written all over your face. How much you liked it. You were practically beaming red back in there, Denver teased, and my stomach tied into a knot. Because of a non-consensual kiss? I scoffed, like there wasn't some truth in his words. I wouldn't exactly say I liked the kiss. It was just so unexpected and daunting even now, moments after. Like I could still feel him on my lips, no matter how many times I stupidly tried to rub it off. And there was my heart that was still racing in my chest. His woodsy cologne had clogged my nose, and not even the strongest winds could blow it out. I'd hate for Denver to get into my head, but unfortunately, that was exactly what was happening. I just want to go home, I muttered, turning to face the direction of where his car was parked, and perhaps he caught the expression across my face because he cut short the teasing. He just trailed behind, and the whole hike up the hill was awkwardly silent. The ride back home was even worse. All that echoed through the car was just an old song by the Smiths. And although I caught him one too many times, stealing a glance in my direction, Denver didn't say much either. He pulled the car over in my driveway, and I looked ahead at the old cabin. Damn, I was so lost in my thoughts, I didn't even know when we reached here. And from the look across his face, Denver was lost in his too. I unstrapped my seatbelt, ready to alight. Opening the car door, my feet struck the ground when he suddenly appeared next to me. A gust of wind blew in my face, and I wasn't as startled this time. "I can tell what your favorite superpower is," I remarked. And Denver scoffed lightly from his lips. Being a werewolf, especially being an alpha, came with a lot of added abilities such as super strength, super speed, heightened senses, like sight and hearing and taste. And even of the mind, because there were some of us who could see visions of the future and even perform magic. As long as you'd seen your wolf, you could have either of one. But there were also people like Denver who had all of them. My arms folded across my chest, and the winds filled my hair. He let his eyes fall upon me. He was clearly standing in my way. "I did," he suddenly muttered, and I arched my brows. "What? The kiss?" I liked it. Denver's voice fell into a whisper, and there was a spark inside of my chest as I straightened myself up. I could see that genuineness in his eyes once again, which made my heart start to throb. "What?" I could barely get another word out before his eyes fell to my lips and Denver inched closer to me. I stepped back, but my side soon wedged against his car. His arm towered over me, but the second one held firmly around my waist. His lips grazed the corner of my face, and his heated breaths raised all the hair across my skin. I melted in his hands almost immediately, like he had some sort of power over me. I could see how satisfied he was when I looked into his eyes. Denver had wedged himself so close that all of a sudden, I was wet inside my pants. His fingers traced the right spots over my skin. He'd always known exactly where to touch to absolutely drive me mad. It was why we spent barely one night together, but I already had his son. Elijah, I remembered. The thought of him flashed behind my eyes as I faced the moonlight. Denver's hands were only getting faster, and his breaths deeper when I suddenly pulled away from him. I escaped from his grasp. I couldn't do this. I forced my mind to remain firm, even when deep down, I wanted Denver. My soul was yearning for him beneath my skin, and my wolf was almost tearing through, if she even existed. But there was this undeniable, strange feeling that bellowed inside of me whenever he was near. Like all of a sudden, I'd lost my ability to think, and I just wanted to surrender into his arms. Denver panted at that moment, his arms still against the roof of his car as I smothered my jacket. "I can't," I heaved, just as breathless as he was, but at least still with some brain cells. I couldn't go through with this. Not when there was Elijah and everything could get really complicated again. This isn't why I came back to Oakland. I can't afford to let things get so complicated again. There was a crack in my voice, and when I looked up at him, for a moment, our eyes met. His was glistening with a golden brown color, and Denver was still panting heavily. Beads of sweat had formed along the lines of his face. He didn't look so good. "Denver," I called his name. "Are you okay?" "You should probably get inside," he growled. "And I don't think I can stay here tonight." I arched my brows at his words. "It's the mate bond, Eliana. It's only going to get stronger if both of us keep denying it," he said, stumbling into his car, and my hands clutched my chest. He was right. I could feel it inside of me. Perhaps it was that strange sensation that beamed inside my chest. But what I didn't understand was why all this happening if he had clearly rejected me 6 years ago. "Go." His voice thundered from the car, and the engines picked up. I scurried across the driveway and was standing in front of my front door when I looked back at him. A second later, Denver drove off. But just as I was about to knock upon my door, something happened. I couldn't tell, but all of a sudden, I became lightheaded, and my vision dazed a bit. I fell against the railings of the portico as my breathing grew heavily through my lips. There was a chilling sensation that crawled down my spine, and an overwhelming amount of emotion that hit me like a storm. My grip around the railings intensified, and I could feel pain, especially around my fingertips and my eyes. And my chest. God! I screamed in agony. I'd never felt anything like this before. I'd never felt everything like this before. Suddenly, I could hear voices beyond a 5-mile radius and see the dust particles floating in the air. The wind was ice against my skin, and the pain became even more excruciating. I fell to my hands to knees, and as soon as I heard my spine crack, I fear I knew exactly what was happening. It was my wolf. She was coming out, so much as the guttural growl that rumbled in my throat. My arms cracked and twisted, filling me with a fusion of fear and exhilaration. My skin burned to touch as the shifting continued. For minutes, the pain became even more unbearable, and I didn't think I'd survive it. It was usually like that the first time for everyone, but then it will pass, just as all things do. My bones had reformed into something else, and I was covered in fur. Claws shot through my fingers and fangs out of my teeth. I could finally catch my breath before lifting my eyes to the skies, and I let out a deep howl of freedom. Why was my wolf only coming now, after so many years? Was it because of the kiss? Was my wolf finally awoken by Denver's kiss? I turned away from the door and was headed into the woods. Regardless, I knew inside of me that could never mean a good thing. And I was right. Eliana. The night was here. The world was bathed in an eerie, silvery glow as the full moon centered itself in the velvet canvas of the night sky. The wind was in the trees and the forest was quiet as I sauntered through. As a wolf, my senses were finely attuned to the world around me. My keen sense of smell picked up even the faintest traces of things in the air. To my right, I could scent ash coming from miles away, and to my left, my stomach growled with hunger. I could scent the presence of prey. The rustling of the leaves caught my ears as I picked up my feet. I plummeted myself through the trees, starting out slowly before increasing my speed and momentum with every second that passed. It was hard getting used to running on all fours, but somehow it felt like something I'd done before. There was a particular sense of liberation that filled me as I roamed the forest. A part of my fears had already died down. Now I was filled with the intense urge to feed. I didn't even know as I ran. It was in the direction of what I scented. It was a rabbit, it seemed. The first time shifting was never easy, to soothe the pain and agony. It was inevitable as it was advisable to feed. My body was going through all these changes, and there was a hollow space in the stomach that urged me to capture. It was my wolf's primal desire, who no longer merely scratched the surface anymore. She was out, and she was hungry. After being tamed and held down all these years, she was finally free. I was well into the chase, and I could feel the thrill of the hunt coursing through my muscles. My powerful legs propelled me forward, with each stride closing in on my prey. I could sense the fear, but was it such a bad thing that it spurred me on? Adrenaline surged in my eyes, and once I was close enough, I leapt from a distance before coming to a halt. In a split second, I snatched the rabbit and snapped its neck on its way to escape. I gorged on it a second later, the only trace of its existence being the blood that smeared my lips. I was calm again, once I'd fed. And it was a lot easier to not feel guilt, to not feel anything while being a wolf. It was what they said. How it was easy to shut off your emotions and human instincts once you shift. It's no wonder why Denver was the way he was. I felt a sting in my chest as I looked up. There was an abandoned building at a distance from where I was. I crept further, and when I got close to the windows, I gazed at my own reflection. My eyes widened as I saw my wolf for the very first time. I inched closer, tracing with my eyes the silver fur that had spread across my skin. And along my back was a distinct red marking. My ears strut up towards the heavens, and I found my especially pink snout to be hilarious. But beautiful, nonetheless. She was so beautiful. She was everything I wanted and even more. And now that she was out, I promised to never allow anyone to keep her hidden again. Not even if that someone was me. I stepped back for a moment as my vision suddenly dazed. I could feel the blood trickle down my system, subsequently awakening something inside of me. It wasn't like anything I'd felt before. It was a lot obvious that the shifting wasn't over, but at least the hardest and most painful part was gone. Now, I just fell to the ground weakly and stricken with fatigue. My eyes rested on the moonlight until they closed with darkness. And that was the last thing I remembered. The next time I woke up, it was to the incessant chirping of the birds in the trees. It wasn't morning yet. Well, even if it wasn't as bright. But the birds told me sunrise was near. I sat up and a spearing pain struck my temples, banging like forks bashing into each other. My eyes could barely open for the first few seconds, and as my arms folded across my chest, I realized how cold and freezing I was. My memory was a blur, but I did remember coming into my wolf a few hours earlier. I remembered gazing into the glass at my reflection, but not so much anything that happened after that. I looked down at my body and a gasp fled my lips. Oh, I was naked. My hands could barely cover my boobs and between my thighs simultaneously. And the clothes I'd worn were nowhere to be found. A bolt of panic flashed across my face. What was I going to do? How was I going to get back home? But then a voice crept up on me and I shook, slightly startled. I knew I scented you. I threw my head over my shoulders back at him. Denver, I heaved. I thought we talked about this sneaking up on me habit. I gritted through my teeth, and an arch came between his brows. I sniffed in the air and could tell something was off. Something was different. Can you? I cleared my throat as his eyes pierced down every corner of my body. Oh, he exclaimed softly, turning to the side. Look away. The last part of my sentence was barely a faint whisper. I brought you clothes. His voice echoed from behind, and a pile of them fell right beside me. I looked back up at him, a little reluctant because of my gut feeling, which was almost never wrong. But then again, I was standing naked in the middle of the forest about 0 degrees. I didn't have much of a choice. How did you know I was here anyway? I scoffed, reaching toward a frail maroon gown he'd brought. I stretched it out, and the dust tickled my nose. It was like something they'd worn centuries ago, but I wore it nonetheless. Again. I didn't have much of a choice. He turned his back to me the entire time, and only when I cleared my throat did he look back. His gaze fixed on me immediately. I was wearing the dress, but somehow I still felt naked. I don't know why. I guess it would take some getting used to being human again. I looked down at my arms, seeing the bruises that had come with shifting. A set of fresh ones besides the decade-old scars that remained on my skin. I could feel Denver's burning gaze, even without looking up. You haven't answered my question, I muttered. Denver echoed. My brows furrowed because that was something Denver had never said. It wasn't just off, but a wild theory hit me at that moment. I didn't think it was Denver standing in front of me. He had his face, his voice, his scent. But he wasn't Denver. I lived with Denver not long, but enough to know his mannerisms, and this wasn't it. You know what, forget it, I heaved, picking up my pace. I need to get back home anyway. Once I was past him, my heart began to race. I just wanted to get out of there. I didn't know how far into the forest I was, but from the looks of the thick trees, it was far. Wait! His voice echoed from behind, and I folded my fists up. The air was tense and crippling. A hard lump formed in the back of my throat as I dared to look back, but he was nowhere to be found. I said, "Wait!" He suddenly appeared in front of me, and I fell back to the ground with my hands wedging behind me. I pulled myself up, halting breaths escaping my lips as I looked at him. "Who are you?" I yelled. "What do you mean?" "It's me." His arms fell wide open as he feigned confusion, but I was certain. I was also a little stronger because of the blood in the system, so I grasped a branch from a nearby tree and snapped it in two. "Hey!" he reacted once I struck it out between us. I said, "Who are you?" I screamed. "Because you're not Denver." "I know Denver, it's me," he still persisted in a malicious undertone. "Prove it then." I gritted through my teeth. "What?" he scoffed. "What did we do tonight? Where were we?" I asked him, narrowing my eyes. He took a step back. "Eliana," he called. "Answer the damn question." "What do you mean, where did we go?" "Of course we went to your pack. To give your father the serum that could help him. Your grandma made sure I followed you. Can you not remember?" he whispered. "This is all just a misunderstanding. I mean, you only just shifted." "It's normal that you feel confused," he continued, and a deep exhale fled my lips as I placed the stick. "You're right," I muttered. "It's all just a misunderstanding," inching closer to him. He held his arms out, ready to hold me, but I wasn't an idiot. In a split second, I held tighter around the stick and struck it through his chests. "Fuck!" He fell to the ground in agony. "What was that for?" "You know you missed one tiny little detail from tonight. And if you were truly Denver, you would know that we kissed." I looked down at him, with disgust in my eyes. He pulled out the stick from his chest, and a cackle echoed from his lips. I stepped backward, because when he got up, he shifted back to who he truly was. Blake. It didn't hit me as a surprise, but I surely did for him. He clapped his hands as I smothered his jacket. I was right. Something was off. "You're a feisty one, you know," he croaked. Happy to have passed the message across, I seethed through my lips. "Think of it as a little revenge for what you put me through the last time I scoffed," and he laughed again. "My brother really has a taste," he noted. "It's always nice to meet the new girls," Blake added. "It's never nice to meet his brother, though, who I never knew existed," I replied to him, and he shrugged slightly. "Well, it's a shame my brother rarely talks about me. Not as much as I talk about him. It's almost like he's not proud to be my family," he said. I folded my arms. "Do you blame him?" It was a rhetorical question. Who else is there to blame? But he answered nonetheless. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Why don't you tell me what you're doing here?" I asked. I was only taking a walk through the forest, and I was fortunate enough to see a nude girl laying on the earth. My savior complex was practically screaming, and so was my raging horniness. I scrunched my nose. They really were brothers. The grossness they shared. "I mean, what are you doing here?" "In Oakland?" I spat. "You mean Tombsdale?" he replied. "Look around. I did the same thing. This is Oakland. The very last time, too, it was here you came. So why don't you just tell me what you want?" I asked. Blake folded his arms with a finger, striking his chin thoughtfully. "You really are smart," he muttered. "Well," I shrugged. "The biggest mistake you can make is to think I'm like the other girls you've seen with your brother," I grunted. "But you were married to him, though? And let me guess, he rejected you like he did to the score of the others?" Blake's words stung a bit as he inched closer to me. "The biggest mistake you can make is to trust him again," he added. "Who said anything about that?" I asked. "Feft," he shrugged. "Like you didn't kiss tonight. I'd hate to be wrong about how smart you are, Eliana." "I hate to be wrong in general," Blake continued. "And you're telling me this? Why? You think I better trust you?" I asked with a scuffle, only to realize the sun was halfway above the horizon. And the sky was no longer pitch black. It was now morning. I looked up, and then back down to Blake. You really should get back home. It's been a long night, he winked. Not before you answer my question. Why are you really here? I pressed, but he only out a croaky laughter. Relax, Blake heaved. We'll have plenty of time to talk later. And his eyes looked behind me. Reflexively, I did the same. But when I looked back, he was no longer there. Wait, shit. I cussed. My neck turned all around me and my eyes searched everywhere for him. But he wasn't there. He had just disappeared into thin air, like he was never there to begin with. I exhaled deeply from my lips as the winds grazed against my red gown. We could agree on one thing, though. It had truly been a long night. Denver. My eyes shot open to the darkness of the dungeon that surrounded me. My lips twitched with a growl stuck in the back of my throat. The door had opened, and as soon as I heard Corey's footsteps draw close, I launched myself against the cage barriers. The sound of my chains clanged against the hard floor and sent a reverberating echo through the walls. Anyone else would have been fazed. They might have even been scared. But not my beta, Corey. Not when he has seen me in a worse shape and condition than this. I panted heavily from my lips as I drew back. His hands wrapped around the cage as his eyes fell on me. My wolf turned away from him, hiding behind the darkness of the dimly lit, musty dungeon. Matted, dark furs stretched across every surface of my skin, and my sharp claws strained against the shackles that held around my wrists and ankles. I struggled to catch my breath as I shifted back into a human form. Beads of sweat formed along the lines of my face, and I looked at Corey with intense desperation in my eyes. No one knew the amount of pain I was going through, and it was all ever since I kissed her. Eliana, are you okay now? Corey's voice echoed through the room, and my chain dropped to the ground. He tossed me a bowl of water from beneath the cage, and although my eyes fell to it, I was quite reluctant. No. There was a crack in my disheveled voice. I have to let you out, Corey begged. No, I yelled at him. The truth was, this was my idea being locked up. As soon as anger filled my voice, my eyes flickered with a feral hunger. All this will stop if you just feed, Corey whispered. I pulled the blanket over my body and strands of my wild hair clung to a sweat-soaked, anguished face. This isn't just about feeding, Corey, I replied. This torment was more than that. But it will help, he persisted. Do you not understand? I growled at him. This is because of her, I muttered, and her face flashed behind my eyes. She was all I could think about, which made it a lot more worse. When your wolf is left mateless for too long, it's bound to go feral on you. But when your mate is close, it can sense it. That's what happened tonight. The kiss awoke something inside of me, this bottomless hunger and uncontrollable desire for her. I lifted my eyes to Corey, and now I can't control it because all that's echoing in my head is that I simply must have her. But Eliana, I scoffed, pushing a hard lump down my throat. Your body could be a lot stronger if you just feed, and it wouldn't be as hard to withstand these desires, Corey replied. Pray you never go through this, I said to him. I wouldn't wish such anguish on my worst enemy. But I also couldn't pretend like Corey understood a word I was saying. He met his mate when he was a few months shy of 18. They got together soon after, got married, had 2 kids they loved so much. His wolf was thriving, beyond satisfied. But all my life, mine has just been searching for one person, Eliana. And when I rejected her, I was unknowingly doing myself more harm than what I put her through, which was a lot I knew. That was why when she left, I searched everywhere for her. Heaven and earth, but she was nowhere to be found. I needed her so badly unless the torture would never end. My wolf would be as feral, tearing through my skin forcefully. There was this hole inside of me that was forever yearning for someone. someone I knew I could never have again. But these episodes have gotten a lot more frequent and intense ever since she got back. Like my wolf could tell that she was close. What was stopping me? Because nothing could stop it. It hit me like a storm again, and I fell to the ground. My chains clanked and rattled as I strained against them. I held the locks tightly until they burned through my palms. I could feel the anguish rise in my chest as I let out a deafening howl to the ceiling. I can't watch you like this. Corey pushed himself forward as I breathed heavily through my lips. No, I panted. It will all be over soon. The episodes lasted merely a few hours, but at that moment, it always felt longer. I brought this upon myself. I gnashed my teeth into each other. I was the one who kissed her. Now, my wolf wants more, I heaved. Then tell her you must go meet her. Corey was about to unlock the doors when I threw myself at him again. No, I snapped. You must keep me in here. You must keep me as far away as you can from Eliana whenever I get like this. I can't afford to be close to her. I'm not certain I'll be able to control myself, and I fear I'll do something I will regret. So I'm not taking any chances. I stay here until it's over. I looked Corey dead in the eyes, and he pushed a hard lump down his throat before he nodded. Fine, he muttered, and with his hands in the air, he pulled away. Drink the water. I'll come back in an hour on his way out. Corey threw me one last look before he walked out of the door. Frustration crept into my veins as I lunged myself to the ground. Across the dark room was a piece of glass, inside which I saw my glintful brown eyes filled with intense hunger and desire for Eliana. Every moment that I couldn't have her, I was only punishing myself. She didn't want me. That much I knew. But she didn't know that she was killing me, because for how long would I be able to control this? To live like this? My wolf was being suppressed inside of me, starved and stricken. And it was only a matter of time until it went against my body, and ultimately me. But until then, I was going to leave it up to Eliana to make her own decision. I already made mine, a terrible one 6 years ago. Now, I needed her to make a choice, and I needed her to choose me. The next time I lifted my eyes up was when the doors opened again. It's not even up to an hour, Corey, my voice echoed through the room. I scented him even before he walked up to the cage and he had a phone in his hands. I knew that look in his eyes. Who is it? I muttered. It's Eliana. She wants to speak to you. Alpha, he replied, and my heart sank in my chest. He passed the phone beneath the cage again, and I almost didn't pick it up. But what if she was in danger? I asked myself. Hello, she'd said repeatedly. Her shrill voice struck a chord in my heart as I picked up the device. Denver, she called. What is it? My words may have come out more gritty and impatient than I intended. I didn't know how long I had till my wolf resurfaced again. I ran into Blake, and those words didn't make it any easier. What? I questioned. I'd shifted in the forest, and when I woke up, I thought it was you standing there. He was wearing exactly your face and your mannerisms, and he brought me some clothes. But I knew it wasn't you, she added. But only one struck me, though. Did you say you finally shifted? I asked, and even she didn't realize when she blurted it out. Yeah, she echoed. Could it have been possible that she was almost nearly as affected by that kiss as I was? But that's not the point. The point is I saw Blake, and how on earth did he even make himself look like you? She was paranoid. I could hear it in her voice, and it was because of him. That's his ability, one of them. He can shapeshift, not just into a werewolf, but he can make himself look like someone or something else. It's just one of his games. Don't let him get to your head, I muttered before feeling lightheaded a second later. I cleared my throat, wedging my arm against the walls. I asked him what he wanted, but he didn't answer me. He said once that he came here because of his family, Eliana added. That's a lie, I stuttered. My eyes met with Corey's. "Can we talk? Later? Are you okay, Denver?" she softly asked. "You sound weird from over the phone." Yeah. My spine cracked, and the phone dropped to the ground. Corey tried reaching for it when I threw myself at him, and he fell backward with genuine fear in his eyes this time. He crept back on his arms as I shifted into a wolf. For the umpteenth time that night, my bones agonizingly cracked, and my eyes turned fire red. Claws shot out of my fingers and fangs from my teeth, and at the end of it all I let out an ear-splitting growl that thundered the walls and quaked the earth. And then I fell to the ground. It was over now, and the last thing I heard was Corey's frightful, deep breaths. Morning came finally, and the sun in my eyes caused a spearing migraine to strike my head. I sat up, but not against the hard dungeon floors. It was on a bed this time, and I looked around the room. "Good. You're awake," before my eyes fell upon Corey. He stood next to the bed with a glass of water in his hands. "Here you go." I'd barely collected it before I downed everything in its entirety. A refreshing sigh escaped my lips. Also, some painkillers. He threw a pill to the table. "Last night was hell, Alpha Denver," Corey said. "Imagine how it was for me," then I remarked, and there was a crack in my voice. "I'm only saying that it's getting worse with each episode. You need to be able to fight it. You need to have enough strength to fight it so your body doesn't give out on you," Corey added. "We don't have another Alpha at Black Mountain, just you. And we don't even want another Alpha," he continued, and a smirk crawled to my lips. He was on his way out when he halted. "Also, one more thing," and before he even completed that sentence, I could scent the poison that had immediately filled the air. I got up defensively, so when Blake himself walked through those doors, I charged at him, throwing him against the walls with an elbow to his chin. He fought back, and the only reason he was able to maneuver my attack was because I still felt weak from last night. He kicked me down, but I got up sharply, keeping a distance from him. "That's one way to do a family reunion," he cackled from his lips. "You really should learn pleasantries. Why are you really here, and what do you want from Eliana?" I scoffed at him. He looked at me with surprise. "Oh, I see she also ran to you. Makes a little jealous. You know, I thought we had a moment," he said. I couldn't resist my fists from folding up. All I wanted to do was snap his neck and gut his heart out of his chest. "Careful there, brother," he noticed. "Now you know of the two of us who are most likely to win a fight. Since you enjoy digging your own grave with this little game of self-control you like to play," he chuckled. "Or is that what you think it is, self-control? Denying your very primal nature. To be what? Human?" Blake asked. "You were born to feed, to kill. Do you need me to remind you of your very role as an alpha?" he continued. "I can be an alpha without all of that." I croaked. "Tell yourself what you want." Blake circled the room until he finally came to a halt. And then he met my eyes. "But you're only killing yourself very slowly." "Why are you here, Blake?" "Stop avoiding my questions," I snarled at him. "Maybe that's why I'm here. Who knows? To watch your tragic yet inevitable demise." He laughed, and it took a world of self-control to hold myself back at that moment. "Oh, brother," he heaved. "If this is about the crown or the throne, just know that you'll never get it." "Not in this life, nor the next," I grunted. "The thing is, even if I wanted to challenge you for Alpha, it would be a pretty easy victory for me. With your whole self-righteous search for humanity," he replied. I did inch closer to him, but I forced my hands to stay still. "But that's not why I'm here. The truth is, telling you takes out all the fun, doesn't it?" I looked him dead in the eyes before parting my lips. "I will find out," I threatened him. "I'll find out why you're really here or whatever you came for, and I'll make my life's mission that you don't get it. And if I'm dying, Blake, you sure as hell know that you're coming with me?" I muttered to his face. Eliana. The sun was out. I was walking through the woods when I pulled out my phone to dial Denver. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulders in search of Blake. Our encounter earlier was somehow all I could think about. A sigh escaped my lips as soon as my cabin came into sight. Only God knew how many miles I walked to get here. Beep, beep. Denver wasn't answering. I called again tirelessly, and again, until the line went through. Hello, but it wasn't his voice. Who is this? I asked. Who is this? He threw the question back at me. I need to speak to Denver. Tell him it's Eliana, I muttered, and after a brief pause, the strange voice exclaimed. Oh, he echoed. Eliana. I could tell he knew me now, but him. Not so much. Give me a second. The sound of metal doors opening and closing echoed through the phone as I kept walking closer to the cabin. Hello, I called out after some time. Hello? Until there was an answer. Denver, I heaved, folding my arms across my chest. Called. What is it? He sounded cold and almost out of breath. I batted my lashes during a moment of hesitation. I ran into Blake. There was no need to serenade around the point, so I just ripped off the Band-Aid. What? He inquired. I ran into him. I had shifted in the forest, and when I woke up, I thought it was you standing there. He was wearing exactly your face and your mannerisms, and he brought me some fresh clothes. I couldn't go through the whole sentence without feeling paranoid. The thought of our conversation left a chill sweeping down my spine. But I knew it wasn't you, I added. Did you say you finally shifted? Denver cleared his throat, and I swallowed a hard lump down mine. Yeah, it was just as unbelievable as it was last night. But that's not the point. I shook my head. The point is, I saw Blake, and how on earth did he even make himself look like you? I asked. That's his ability. Well, one of them, he replied. He can shapeshift, and not just into a werewolf, but he can make himself look like someone or something else. It's just one of his games. Don't let him get to your head, Denver said. But how exactly was that possible? I drew close enough to the cabin that I mounted the front porch, and the line barred for a moment. I asked him what he wanted, but he didn't answer me. He said once that he came here because of his family, I said. Denver's breath started to hitch, and he was groaning like he was in agony. That's a lie, he stuttered. R.E. Can we talk later? He seared. I came to a halt with an arch between my brows. Are you okay, Denver? I asked. You sound weird from over the phone. Yeah, and the line cut mid-sentence. I held out my phone with confusion set in my eyes. What was he even up to now? I couldn't help but ask myself. And I was really about to dial him again, but something else caught my attention. Help! A voice called from behind, and I turned around to find a woman staggering towards the cabin. Her clothes were torn, and she was bleeding from around her head. Help! Her knee grazed the ground. I propelled myself forward. She wasn't anyone I'd seen before, and not many people came to this side of town. It seemed like she'd been on her feet for days and could barely carry herself. I crouched low to the ground and held her up. Hell, her voice suddenly stopped as I shook her in my arms. Her neck fell and her eyes closed. No. I yelled just before my grandma came out of the front door, and she looked to the ground. What's going on? She was just as perplexed as I was. Because where exactly did this woman come from? Help me! We have to get her inside. I lifted my gaze to my Nana, and it was Ivan who came out next. As he lifted her out of my arms, I stood up with my brows furrowed. What just happened? She's still asleep. Ivan threw a look over his shoulders. I folded my arms across my chest, leaning against the wall. I couldn't take my eyes off the poor lady. She seemed to be roughly around my age, too, or perhaps younger. And she had wandered here in torn clothes and bruises all over her body. She was now laying in bed, and I'd changed her into a gown I had around. Mind you, I didn't know this woman or where she was coming from. I'd just seen her so hurt that I couldn't have turned away. It was a mystery that she was still alive. My eyes met with Ivan's. She is still alive. Right? I questioned. He pulled away from his assessment before nodding his head. I gave her some things that could help with the wounds, especially, and the pain. I don't know how long she'd be gone for, but yes, she's still alive, he replied. Oh, thank God, I clutched my chest. You said you saw her at the front of the house? Nana inquired. I nodded. It was very weird, too. She called out to me. Clearly she was in distress and needed my help. That was before she passed out, I added. And you haven't seen her around here? I asked Nana this time. At least she'd been here far longer than I had. No, she negated nonetheless before I turned to Ivan. Not around the pack, too? I asked. I would know a bloodhound once I see one, he cleared his throat. And she's not one. I looked again down at her. Charcoal black hair that cascaded upon her shoulders. She had light freckles across her nose, too, which was a lot more visible when her face wasn't lined with dirt. And she had a tattoo on the inside of her left wrist, of a serpent around some sort of stick. I inched closer to her, asking myself the million-dollar question, who exactly was this woman, and how did she find her way here? I guess we'll have to wait until she wakes up. I broke out a sigh before turning around. For now, I have to get back to the pack before Jackson asks of me. Ivan took his things and was headed out. You sure you'll be okay? He darted his eyes to me. Once we were out, I closed the door behind me and nodded. The worst had already happened during the night. So, yeah, figured I had to speak for him to take my word for it. And then he tapped my shoulders before he left. As soon as the door closed, I realized the sleep had already cleared from my eyes. I walked into the bright kitchen where Nana was already making breakfast. I can help with that. I took control of the eggs she was mixing, and she flashed a smile at me. You're not going to tell me how it went last night? She asked. Oh. I'd almost forgotten what led me out in the first place. Yeah, we were able to give him the serum, I said. You're awfully in a good mood. It's making me question whether that's all that happened the whole night. And then you come back in the morning as well. Does it have anything to do with Denver? My grandma said in a sing-song voice. She wasn't even hiding how much she liked Denver. Or at this point, I think she was just desperate to see me with someone. She knew Elijah was his son, and she wanted so badly for everyone to be a happy family. That makes the two of them. It wasn't as if I didn't want that. It was more of the question of whether Denver could give that. A happy family. A happily ever after. That's if there was such a thing. No, I cooed. Well, we did kiss. I rolled my eyes to the back of my head as I whisked the eggs. What? Nana exclaimed. Her cheeks were on fire. But that's not all that happened. I heaved. She paused, whatever she was doing, to look me dead in the eyes. I kinda also shifted yesterday too, I whispered. The cutlery fell out of her hands as she wheeled all the way around the kitchen counter. No, she gasped. Finally, her arms stretched around to wrap me for a hug. And I nodded. Finally, it was a genuinely happy moment that I had tried to tone down in my head. But every time I thought about last night, it was more and more unbelievable. As a teen girl, this could have easily been the happiest day of my life. It would have meant the whole world to me. But I didn't exactly have a typical childhood. I'm so happy for you, Eliana. For the first time? Nana gasped, and I had no idea when the tears crept into my eyes. How did it end? Was anyone there for you? Denver? She pulled apart to ask. But I shook my head. No, it was just me. Oh, of course she knew he was my mate too. Nana was the only one who knew everything, that we were married once, that Elijah was his son, and the past rejection, which was why I was reluctant to his whole deal. Even if it meant taking down Jackson, it was just that I wasn't sure I trusted him, and most importantly, so I never gave myself the chance to fall in love with him again. Not with the man that shattered my heart all those years ago. I could pretend like it didn't ever bother me, but deep down, there were some days that struck, and it struck hard. It never really leaves you, you know? Being hurt by someone you once loved so much. I know what you're about to say, I heaved. About how magical it would have been if he were there. Denver and I, blah, blah. I sniffled when her hands fell into mine, and she squeezed them tenderly. No, Nana whispered. It was your moment. That's all that matters. That you came into your wolf at last. It's because you fought so hard and you never gave up. You had the toughest time growing up, but look at you now. You're a shifter, Nana grazed my cheeks, and I chuckled softly. It was that big of a deal. Isn't it one step closer to defeating Jackson and saving the whole pack? She asked, and I pressed my lips lightly together. The image of my sick father flashed through my head, and the gnarly thought of what he'd had to endure over the years. He may not have the best father, but no one should have to go through such pain and misery. You're right, I whispered softly. That's exactly why I came back here to take down Jackson. The words formed on the tip of my lips as I gazed at my Nana. The pack has fallen apart. Everything my father fought for, everything he built has been ripped to shreds. This isn't just his home, it's mine also, I said. It's Elijah's, and from the way things are going, he might never get to know where he's truly from if Jackson assumes the throne. It's not just about stopping him anymore. It's about stopping him before it's too late. And there are so many dark forces out there, powerful creatures. It's not going to be easy taking him down, and I can't do it on my own. It's no use drawing it out. Denver proved to be helpful yesterday, I added, and my grandma's eyes grew open. Perhaps she knew what I was driving at. I didn't even know until the epiphany hit me. The seriousness of everything. This was more than me alone. I needed someone. I need him. Denver, she whispered, and I nodded with tears at the surface of my eyes. I'm going to take him up on his offer. That would mean accepting that he's your mate. Eliana Nana drew out the terms. But it hit me. How some things are needed to be done. It's not exactly my choice. The moon goddess put us together for a reason, and what if it's this? I said softly. It's not about me only. It's about every bloodhound, every life in this pack, including yours and my son's, I said. So yes, I'll do everything I have to if it means protecting that future and that legacy, I muttered. Does he know yet? Does Denver know? Nana asked. Are you even sure about this? A hard lump went down my throat at that moment. It's something I have to tell him to his face. I paused. And yes, I'm sure about it now more than ever. And it wasn't just me talking at that moment. It was my wolf too. Arya, I'll call her that. Arya, my wolf at last. Eliana. Does he know yet? Does Denver know? Nana asked. Are you even sure about this? A hard lump went down my throat at that moment. It's something I have to tell him to his face. I paused. And yes, I'm sure about it now more than ever. I continued. My grandma squeezed my hands as she nodded. Then, you have my blessings, she flashed a smile at me, one I returned. But for a moment, everything seemed so peaceful now that I had made up my mind. But that was before we heard a loud thud come from above. I jerked forward with an arch between my brows. What was that? Nana was just as confused. That wasn't all. The sound of shattering glass followed and things being thrown up and down. I arose from the chair just as it hit me. It's her, I muttered. The stranger from the woods? My grandma was alarmed, and even my heart was racing in my chest. I have to go up. She held my arms back. But what if she's dangerous, Eliana? She asked. Elijah is upstairs, I yelled. I need to make sure he's safe. I pulled away from her before scurrying my way up the stairs. For more than a minute, the clanging and smashing didn't stop. I had to latch against the wall, cowering my head low as I made my way to his room. What the fuck did I bring in here? I muttered to myself. Just as I walked in, Elijah was already sitting up on his bed. What is that sound, Mommy? He asked softly. I knelt down, framing his face with my hands. Is it the monsters? There was a crack in his voice. No. I threw my head over my shoulders. You see, Mommy's not sure, but I'm going to find out. Okay, I nodded. And I'm not going to let anything happen to you. I took his hands. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and a tear rolled down his cheeks. But I don't want to go inside the closet again, Elijah cried. I heaved a sigh out my lips as I clenched his hands. You don't have to. Just follow me behind and stay close, okay? I said. My heart crept into my throat as I led him out, barely inches away from me. My grandma wheeled herself closer to the door, and I widened my eyes back at her when we crossed paths. She was nearing the room we'd kept the stranger when all of a sudden everywhere quieted. Not a single glass broke again, and our hitched breaths were what echoed along the corridor. Stay behind me, I whispered to Elijah, who had fright take charge of his eyes. Where are you going? Nana stomped her feet. I'm going on. Everywhere's quiet slowly. I raised my voice. Well, that's never a good sign, she replied. Take care of him. I handed Elijah over to her. Don't go in, she persisted. Well, someone has to, I answered. We'll wait for Ivan, she suggested, and with one hand already against the door. I looked back at her. Really? I batted my eyes. She rolled hers. Sucking in a deep breath through my lips, I pushed the door open. The wood made a creaking sound against its metal hinges, and I shut my eyes as if it was something I could control. My heart was throbbing in my chest with each step I took forward. Before finally going in, I threw one last look at Elijah before nodding my head. He did the same back at me. The breath escaped my lips as a sigh once I made my way in, and my eyes met the most horrifying sight it had ever beheld. Oh my goodness, I didn't even know when I blurted it out. I looked around the room, and everywhere was a mess. Flower vases broken across the floor and pictures laying everywhere. Wood was cracked, and there was a dent through the television. It looked like a place that had been struck by war, which didn't make sense. But then I looked at the bed. She's not in here. I called out to Nana, who still hesitatingly crept closer. She too was haunted by the mess of the room, and when my eyes fell to the open window, I gasped. I think she's gone. Inching closer, I set the curtains apart with my hands, and my eyes met my Nana's. I don't think she's normal, Eliana. I looked around the room for the umpteenth time. And maybe then, I believed it. You see, this is why I don't just let anyone in here. Nana was spiteful as she reached to arrange the things she could. The whole room was a mess. I didn't even blame her. She was calling out for help. How could I turn my back to her? I whispered. Well, the devil does that too, she scoffed. I pressed my lips together, darting her a dainty look. We tried our best to savor what we could from the mess. But at the end of the day, most things needed to be thrown away. I was packing my fourth bag of trash when there was a knock on the front door. I stood to face her and Nana sighed. Go. We both knew who it was. Elijah and I can handle the rest, I looked at him, and he nodded his head. I'm sorry for this, I muttered before walking out of the room and down the stairs. Once I opened the door, my eyes almost immediately met his. Hey. His hands slipped into his pockets. I came as soon as I could, Denver added. I stepped out to the breeze against my face as I closed the door behind me. Yeah, can we talk, outside? I asked him. An arch came between his brows. Why? Is everything okay? Well, for starters, There was Elijah, and whatever the hell happened today. And I could have told him that, but rather I just settled for an old-fashioned lie. Yeah, everything's okay, I said. I only need a walk is all, and Denver could often see through me. Which was why it was a surprise when he just casually agreed, and soon we were towing down the path that led into the forest. For most of the beginning, our walk was silent. Although I caught a few glances on his end, only because I was glancing myself, but I could tell something was on his mind. Like he was elsewhere. Maybe it was Blake. But my mind wasn't clear off this morning too. That woman still struck a curious chord within me. And to leave without even saying anything was as hurtful as it was a mystery. I wanted to say something, someone had to. Well, that's why you texted me, isn't it? Denver remarked. I scoffed lightly. Something is off with you, I noted. He wasn't as witty as he usually was. I could say the same, he urged back. Look, I've just been thinking. About this whole thing with my father and Jackson and Denver came to a halt at my words. You're taking me off on my offer? His voice pitched in disbelief, and I cowered my head. No shit, he cussed, and it was almost like that gloomy cloud on top of his head suddenly lifted. Are you going to make me regret it already? I asked him, and Denver smirked. Of course, who was I kidding anyway? There he was, the Denver I knew. I can't believe it. What changed your mind? He asked. I figured I didn't have a lot of options. It's not like I chose you. I kicked my feet forward, and his chuckle followed me behind. This doesn't mean there are no rules. Rules? He interrupted with a scuffle. Of course, yes. I mounted a rock, only to look a few inches down at him. You really do take the fun out of everything you know. Seeing I was serious, the smirk across his lips vanished before he grudgingly nodded. Go ahead. First off, I would like to clarify that last night won't ever happen again. I hissed. Which part? He played dumb. No more kisses, Denver. Even if that's the last option, and we're about to get our heads chopped up. Absolutely no more kisses under no circumstances, I said. He folded his arms with a smile. Is that all? You're going to have to tone down your sarcasm and wit to make this much more bearable for me. No extensive touching or prying, and there must be a mutual respect between the two of us, I went on. Is that all? He asked again. I pouted my lips. And no sex, I added. You might think because we're going to be mated that it means we could, but no. I'm saying this because I don't want you to get the wrong impression. Denver couldn't stop smiling, even though I was so serious. What is it now? I scoffed. I didn't say anything, he just folded his arms. Something just crossed my mind actually, now that you mentioned sex, he added. Do you remember the last time? His question caused my heart to well up in my throat. What? I spat. Because I do. You know I find myself thinking about it often these days, he said. Denver, I pause. What did I just say about sarcasm? It's not sarcasm if it's the truth. I mean, it this time. I don't why it's in my head, but it just is. His eyes fell to my lips, and I cleared my throat before turning away. You didn't seem to remember it that night, I said. Come on, Eliana. Denver, you're a few years too late, I scoffed, and he laughed a bit. Now, back to my rules. If this is going to work, we must stop these unnecessary banters and fighting all the time. I added one off the top of my head because of what he'd just said now. What? His jaw hung open. But this is what we do. This is our thing. I find it very sexy when we're arguing and you're mad. And your brows arch this kind of way that's just so hilarious, he teased, and I pouted at him. That I have such control over you fills me with bliss, Eliana. I climbed down the rock and walked ahead of him. He maneuvered his way to grope my hands back to him. Hey, what about my rules? He asked softly, and I rolled my eyes to the back of my head. Your rules? He was so difficult at times. Why should you make all of them? Denver asked. Fine. As long as it doesn't have anything to do with the sex one, I hissed. And his lips fell into a frown. What if it does? He asked. I freed myself from him. I mean it, Denver. It's not going to happen. This is all an agreement. It's not love, I replied. It's very ironic, isn't it? Our second agreement. And even though I wished he didn't remind me of that, Denver still did. You could always count on him to say it as it was. But you realize we are going to have to be mated for this to work? He asked, and I halted. Maybe it hadn't really dawned on me yet what I was about to do, but I merely just nodded. Of course I realized that I replied. You know, I've been asking myself, what exactly is in it for you? I turned to him for a moment. I said I owed you, he answered. Besides your silly quest for self-redemption. Don't lie to me, Denver, I muttered. When I called you earlier, I heard you scream and yell at the top of your voice, and the only thing that made sense was that the kiss had triggered something in you, as it from me. I continued. I know you need this as much as I do. I have many reasons for doing the things I do, he croaked with his lips curling into a smirk. You are smart, he noted. You're a little bit late to that realization, which is why you shouldn't underestimate me, I said. Walking a bit further into the woods, you know I do have one rule though, but when his voice called out to me, I came to a halt. Trust, Denver pursed his lips. This is merely an agreement, but we have to trust each other, Eliana. If this is going to work, then there must be no secrets between us, he said. And Denver's face was all serious at that moment. I felt my heart stomp in my chest as all I could think about was Elijah, our son, whom he knew nothing about. My secret. He inched closer to take my hands in his. Okay? With an intense gaze resting on me, he asked, and I nodded after a brief pause. It was a fair rule. Okay, I said. He scoffed lightly from his lips. I can't believe we're really doing this. Once his brows unarched, he said those words that hit me. And as I gazed in the distance, maybe it was then that it truly dawned on me what we were about to do. I clutched my chest with my hand. I can't believe this too, I muttered. Eliana. As soon as the car pulled over next to his castle, a breeze of nostalgia whooshed into my face. I swallowed a hard lump down my throat as the doors opened, already dreading coming down. But luckily, Nana had already made it this far. Corey helped her out and she wheeled closer to where I was. Come on, she stretched her arms. Flashing a smile at her, I took them before alighting the car. My gaze trailed up the massive building and I realized not a lot of things had changed since the last time I was here. Future Luna, Beta Corey bowed his head, helping me with the bags I'd packed for the weekend. I'm Corey, of course I remember you, I interrupted him. You're like Denver's right-hand man. I remember him saying how you were the only one he trusted in the world. I chuckled, and he nodded humbly. I try. And please, just call me Eliana. I refuted the idea of any title whatsoever. It was bad enough that I had to come back to this place that held so many memories. But the mating ceremony needed to be done. And it was most definitely not going to happen at my pack. Denver wanted it here as well. And since I stepped foot out of here 6 years ago, this was the first time I was back. It didn't sting as much, but the nostalgia was there. 2 years wasn't such a long time, but when you realize you only knew just one person back then, it seemed longer. I remembered a few things as they were, like the flowery veranda and the cabins close to the fence on the other side. Children used to play in one and the others were reserved for meetings and all of that. Denver's pack was my home once. How could I forget? This way, I'll lead you inside. Corey mounted the steps. Alpha Denver's being waiting for you. He walked straight to the door while I was a bit hesitant. I smothered the sides of my dress as my brows arched. What is it? Nana asked. I looked at her with a sigh escaping my lips. Is this about Elijah? Trust me, he's in safe hands with Ivan. He was able to take the day off to care for him, and by evening, I'll return back as promised you. Don't worry, Nana whispered, and it was me who took her hands this time. No, it's not that. I need you, I muttered. Nervousness crept into my eyes. I just can't believe it's happening. I mean, it's only hitting me now just how much of a big deal this all is. Not just finally being mated to Denver, but challenging Jackson and everything. What if we're not completely prepared, Eliana, when my grandma called my name? I realized how paranoid I sounded. I exhaled, but I couldn't help it. It's okay to feel nervous. It is a big day today. In fact, I'd have been worried if you didn't have your doubts. Times like this, you remind me of Her. Nana smiled. Her? There was only one person who could light up her face like that. My mother? I whispered. She was nervous the day she was marrying your dad. All dressed up in her white, flowing dress, and then she started to cry. I couldn't help but chuckle. Cry? I echoed. She did that a lot, Nana said. What happened next? I lived for these stories about my mother. That way, she didn't seem so far away. That way, I could pretend like I actually knew her. I made her remember the days that weren't filled with so much pressure. The days when she loved your dad more than life itself. I reminded her of the day she said yes, Nana added, and the smile dropped from my lips. I looked ahead. But this is different. Right? I didn't love Denver. It was only an agreement, but it meant for us to be mated. This wasn't like the contract marriage before. This was a seal that could bind us for life. To me, it's really not. Nana shook her head. I don't love him, I blurted out. Not anymore. But who was I trying to convince, really? Part of the reason I was still hurt was because the emotions never fully left. The anger, the rage, and the sense of betrayal that still lingered. The heartbreak and grief, but most especially, the love. I batted my eyes, purging my mind of that word, of those thoughts. It was the only way to get by. I heaved a deep breath as my hands left my Nana's. All I have to do is think of the greater good. I can get through this, I said. Yes, you can, she whispered. You can get through anything, Eliana. Just like her, a smile crippled my lips as Nana reached into her purse for something. The wind filled my hair, swaying it upon my shoulder. Before I leave and forget, I have something to give you. I kept it for his special day, and it turns out you especially need it, the more she said, pulling out what seemed to be a necklace with a crystal, spherical amulet. It belonged to your mother. It's no ordinary necklace, Eliana. Make sure after tonight, you always wear it wherever you go. I believe it can protect you, especially as you're going against Jackson. You'll need everything you can get, Nana continued. Thank you, I said back to her. I really wish you could stay, I muttered. Then who's going to take care of Elijah? The journey already took most of the day. Don't worry, you're fine in his hands, I assure you. And when you get back, you'll tell me all about it. Okay? With one hand on the door, she looked back at me. I leaned forward to grasp her in for a lasting hug. I love you, Nana, I whispered softly. And thanks for the necklace. Flashing a smile, she was able to get back into the car, and even when the doors closed, our eyes remained locked into each other's. I felt a tear roll down my cheeks before I wiped it away. Her car soon pulled away. Next stop, Bloodhound. There was yet another rumble in the skies, and a drop of rain dropped on top of my nose. You coming? Corey yelled out from the door, and I nodded before briskly making my way up the stairs. If it rains, will we still be able to go through with it? I asked him. Of course. Nothing can stop it from holding tonight. It's the night of the full moon, remember? We mustn't have to wait for another one. Corey wore the jacket across my shoulders. And where's Denver? I muttered. Corey darted his eyes at me. making sure everything is perfect for you. He'll drop by once he's ready, he replied. My hand dropped to the pit of my stomach. That's very bright of him, I scoffed. Corey chuckled regrettably. I heard a familiar voice echo from behind, and then I turned around to face a woman heading toward me. It's really you. Oh, you haven't aged a day since I last saw you. There were 2 kids in her hands, about age 6 and 10. Come on, Thelma, Corey joked, whisking her into his hands before placing a kiss upon her lips. That's so gross, the 10-year-old clung to me before gasping. I think I remember you, she pointed. You used to stay here, honey, Corey cautioned, letting go of his wife. They can be a lot, he whispered, and I chuckled. I didn't think you'd ever come back. Thelma walked up to me, and although the memory of her was vague, it wasn't non-existent. The thing with heartbreak and the trauma was that it was never easy to deal with them. And to deal with mine, I may have forgotten most of the 2 years that I was here. Not so much the building, but the people. But Thelma, I recognized her. She was one of the few people who truly accepted me when I first came here back then. And her daughter was so little back then. It was just the both of them and Corey. Whenever I looked at them, I was convinced love still existed. I wanted what both of them had. I had always been a sucker for true love and soulmate, all of that. But once, after everything that happened, things just changed. Well, I'm so glad you're back. Thelma took my hands. Come on, I'll show you to your room. She drew my arm upstairs. My room? I'm not even staying the whole weekend, I teased. You're our future Luna, again. So, of course you get a room, she replied. And the best of all, to be precise. As requested by Alpha Denver himself, here is our finest suite in the villa. Just for you, we reached a silver door which she thrusted open after her words. And my jaw dropped to the floor. You're joking. The lasciviousness sent a chill down my spine. I walked into the suite, drawing my finger across the walls and counter. This was the largest room I'd seen. I'd always noticed this door the last time I was here, but not for once did I dare come in. It's all yours, Thelma smiled, dropping the keys at the door. Enjoy, and then she disappeared while I was staring around the room. The large painting over the wall was what first drew my attention, and I inched forward to take a closer look when he suddenly crept up from behind me. His sharp cologne pierced through my nose, and his aura was undeniably electrifying. I sharply turned around to see Denver in a stormy gray suit, attaching silver cufflinks to his wrists. I hope you like the place. His deep voice echoed through the room. I merely shrugged, so as not to feed his ego. What's the point of all that if you're only going to rip those clothes to shreds later? I asked him. Why wear a wedding dress if I'm going to rip them off you at midnight? He threw the question back at me. I'm not wearing a wedding dress, and that's different, I replied. Unfortunately, you are not. He puckered his lips. You don't listen to me so much. You're the only person that doesn't. A wedding dress can be quite poetic, and it suits the occasion better, he added. I'm not a doll you can play dress up with, Denver. You know why we're here today. It's better we just stick to that. I brought the black dress I was wearing from my wardrobe. I turned to find the sun already setting, which meant we had only a few hours to go. That could suffice, he grudgingly admitted. Not that I even asked him. Put it on. He sat on the bed uninvitedly. Denver, what? It's not a wedding dress, so technically it isn't bad luck, he argued. My shoulders fell at that moment because of how exhausted I was. Fine. I walked into the bathroom with the dress, and once I changed into it, I walked back out. Denver clapped his hands as he stood. It's not so bad, he reviewed. It was a silky, short black dress. And it's easier for me to get out of once we've shifted, I added. Economical, I could sense the sarcasm in his voice before I sighed. I'm not wearing a wedding dress, Denver. I turned to face the mirror, wearing my earrings and letting my hair fall upon my shoulders. I get it, He inched closer to me. The dress is actually really good too. And I mean it. I rolled my eyes, taking his words with a grain of salt. Besides, I already got you to wear a wedding dress once. I'll just picture that. Instead, he said. Regrettably, I muttered. His hands fell to the dressing table, and he picked up the necklace my grandma had given me. What's this? He asked. It belonged to my mother. Nana gave me as a gift for tonight, I replied to him. He clicked it open and stretched it around my neck. I was caught off guard by his heated breaths trailing my back, but I didn't budge when he had his arms around me. Here, he whispered. Stay still. All his attention went into finding the right hoop. I couldn't help but chuckle as I watched him through the mirror. I don't know why you insisted your grandma went back, he said. She just... The smile wore off my face as I cleared my throat. She wasn't feeling it. Can't be away from home for too long, I lied. Because how could I tell him about Elijah? Now, of all the times too. He chanted victoriously as the pendant rested across my chest. I turned to face him and slowly, he lifted his eyes to my face. My breath hitched in my throat as Denver paused. He was staring so intensely that my heart started to race for a second. And then he smiled. You look beautiful, Eliana, he whispered. There was a sensation in my chest that exploded at that moment. Wedding gown or not, there it was. That genuineness in his eyes that so always so conveniently managed to get me. He knew what he was doing, Denver. Thank you. My hands reached to adjust his tie too, but he held it for a second. And for that same time, the world seemed to stop around us. I was so lost in his eyes, and he was lost in the moment. And you're sure I can't kiss you? Denver softly asked. I exhaled from my lips, pulling away from his hands. Rule number 1, I whispered as I brushed past his shoulders. He heaved a longing sigh. Rule number 1, and when he looked at me, I smiled softly. Now, come on, let's do this once and for all, I said. Eliana. It was a dark, cloudy night, with the winds growing more forceful with each moment that passed. I stood there with my eyes settling on the bonfire. The flames roared hungrily towards the inky skies. The skies that held the roundest moon I'd seen. The fullest. Only a few of the Black Mountain Pack had gathered in the woods that night, with Beta Corey and his wife, Thelma, up front. I was only a few meters away from them when Denver walked up to me. Are you ready? He softly asked, slipping his fingers behind my ears and drawing my eyes to look up at him. My heart throbbed with a little anxiety, and the cold impaled the skin across my face. I was flustered, but once his hands touched me, blood began to flow again. Are you sure you can do this? I sensed this was the last time Denver was going to ask me that question, the last time I could possibly back down. But I shook my head. I can try. We were too far gone for me to give up now. Denver and I were mates, and we could go our whole lives punishing ourselves by simply denying our fate, or we could come together to make good use of it. The two packs, both Black Mountain and the Bloodhounds, would be united as one as of tonight. That was the plan, and that way, it would be easier to take down Jackson. Tonight has been written down in history since the beginning of time. So I had to get it right, I told myself. I could feel the heat of the cracking bonfire flames against my face. And when I looked at Denver, I could see his eyes slowly turn a golden brown color. He was an alpha. He could summon his work by command. But I only had just gotten mine. It was obviously going to be a lot harder. Close your eyes, he whispered softly, and I did. Take a deep breath and clear your mind of every thought. The whole world doesn't exist at this moment. It's only you and I and Arya. Call unto her gently. She's always just below, scratching the surface of your humanity, Denver said. I exhaled deeply through my lips, plunging myself into the darkness behind my eyelids. And I tried everything to call on my wolf. Arya. It was harder than I thought. It's not working, I opened my eyes. Perhaps we need something that could trigger her. Corey stepped forward alongside Thelma. Like what? I questioned. Anger? Thelma's voice echoed. It's easier to summon one's wolf when you're angry or in danger, and the adrenaline fires up in your chest. Or love, Corey added. During ours, all it took was a kiss for our wolves to come out. Just like yours did that night. His eyes fell to both Denver and I. But we would be breaking a rule? There was a crack in my voice. A rule? Corey was puzzled. You wouldn't understand, Denver brushed off immediately. So what are we going to do? Thelma asked, and a thunder rumbled in the skies, cued at her words. I looked up and a deep breath escaped my lips. The rain is imminent. We must hurry up. Corey drew our attention to the limited time. And after a brief pause, I grunted. Fine, it was just a kiss. Like the last one. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Are you sure about this? Denver asked. He took my hands. I let him. Closing my eyes, I whispered. Yes. The air was tinged with an intoxicating blend of pine and wildflower scents. But then I could scent him as well. He was drawing closer, and palms where our skin met invoked a primal allure. Denver breathed against my face, slowly, and even though I was expecting him, his lips still caught mine by surprise. His arms drew me close, and I followed like there was some sort of magnetic force between us. Denver's hands cradled my face, and at first, my breath hitched before surrendering to the inevitable. His tongue slipped into my mouth as it fought mine for dominance. He kissed me like his life depended on it, like lives depended on it. Like I was the only one in the entire world, and there was an explosion in my chest of pent-up desires. His lips, warm and hungry, didn't want to stop. I lost myself in his intoxicating embrace. Time stood still, and there were like fireworks that rose from my stomach and into my chest. I wrapped my arms around Denver. He didn't even want to pull away, but as the tension reached its zenith, I could feel Arya rise to the surface of my skin. It's okay. Corey had to tear his alpha away from me as I fell to the ground in my black dress. My eyes glinted. My hands clawed into the earth, and my bones started to crack. I groaned, but the pain wasn't as intense as the last time. Somehow, I was able to get it under control. I didn't care for the peering eyes that watched me. My claws appeared, and I could feel the winds swirl through my silver fur. From my peripheral vision, I caught Denver shifting as well. His voice was deeper and echoing with both anguish and satisfaction. It took us minutes before we were finally done, and when it was all over, a fragile howl escaped my lips. I crouched to the ground when Denver inched closer to me. But when his paws rested on mine, the fire creaked with double the intensity, and the night came alive. We may begin. Corey urged the full moon, and the skies electrified with a lightning strike. My gaze fell slowly to the ground as I felt Denver creep up to me. He circled around me, a pivotal part of the ritual. Gracefully, I did the same, and for a few seconds, we were only going around the bonfire. The night fell silent, and the winds quieted. When we finally came to a halt, our eyes looked up, and no surprise that they locked into each other's. Denver's wolf was at least 3 times bigger than mine. I was like a little pup next to him. My fur was silver, his was glistening black. I did have a taint red along the lines of my back, and he was gray at the exact same spot. I realized this was the first time I truly saw him. He sauntered toward me, bridging the gap after circling each other, and I knew it was imminent. The moment we both were waiting for. The pack, a silent, expectant audience, drew close. His eyes fell on me, both commanding and reassuring, with a potent mix of authority and affection. I cowered my face down meekly as his growl rumbled from deep inside his chest. It resonated an echo through the air. As the tension in the clearing mounted, I laid my eyelids to rest. Denver was a breath away from my face before he lowered his head, and the winds softly carried his heated breaths, and with a single, purposeful bite, the alpha marked me. My alpha. I howled a dainty cry as Denver sank his teeth into my fur and flesh. My body tensed with a sensation that was a searing combination of both pain and pleasure as an unbreakable tether formed between us, a connection that bound us for life. This was it. I actually went through with it. I could hardly believe it. As soon as my blood dropped to the earth, the pack arose with a proclamation and a roaring applause. I slowly parted my eyes, and it felt like the moon was glowing in my heart. People used to say it was the sun that did that, but at times I thought the moon was more radiant, more powerful, and this moment was proof. Even as Denver pulled away, he didn't necessarily leave my side, and the storm of déjà vu whisked me in the face. 8 years ago, we were in this same exact spot, getting married. I once thought that was the happiest day of my life, but it felt so different. It felt right, like my wolf was finally at peace after being war-torn for so long, since I was a little girl. I leaned against his forehead and he grunted, and for the first time really, I felt safe. Once we had shifted back, Thelma was right there with a blanket, which she wrapped around my limp, aching body. "You did great, Luna," she said softly. My eyes lifted to Corey, who nodded back at me. He was with the alpha, a distance from where I stood, but I could feel him like he was breathing down my neck. That's the thing with this. Denver could be a universe away, but it wouldn't matter, because I'd still be able to feel him. "Come on," Thelma helped me up before combing through my drenched hair. "Let's get you back home," and as she drew my hands, somehow I was still able to look back at Denver. He was already smiling at me when our gazes met. His bare skin was shimmering in sweat. He was shirtless, standing in a way that fired up my heartbeat, and I pushed a hard lump down my dry throat. Why did I so suddenly want Denver? What was this need to have him? Like I saw him differently for the first time. I batted my eyes away from him forcefully as I sank my teeth into my lips. My mind raced with the most carnal thoughts before I drove them out. "Yeah," I staggered forward, holding tighter onto Thelma. "We should really get back," my breath hitched in my throat, and she looked at me. "Are you okay?" A slight chuckle escaped her lips, and I nodded my head. Yes, it was only Arya who was still beneath the surface of my skin. That was the only explanation. "I just need a warm shower right now," I added, and Thelma smiled. We walked all the way back to the pack house, and she finally drifted once we reached my suite. "You should get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow," she said. I nodded before closing the door. I rested my back against it as my heart started to beat erratically, and he was all I could think about in my head. A piercing sound rang through my head before I clamped my ears with my hands. "Fuck," I cussed, scurrying my way into the shower when suddenly there was a knock on my door. I stopped in my tracks immediately, darting a cautious glare back in that direction. It was him. I knew, even before I pulled the door open to find him standing in the corridor. His wet hair fell across his face, and his body still shimmered in a way that made me wet. "Are you okay?" His voice was deep and decadent, and I nodded with a lump in my throat. I just wanted to make sure," he whispered, and his eyes flickered with desire. Mine fell to his perfectly sculpted body, and before I lifted it again, Denver was only inches away from my face. His hands slipped beneath my chin as he leaned into me. Our lips grazed each other for the second time that night, but ultimately I pulled away. "What are we doing?" There was a crack in my voice. "Don't you feel it too?" he asked. "I want you, Eliana. And I know that you want me too. Tonight is the first of many that we must spend as mates. My heart is unsettled in my chest, and my skin wants to tear itself off. My mind is racing and I've almost gone mad. I simply must have you, Eliana Denver gritted through his teeth, before lifting my face again. I felt it too. It felt like it was impossible to go through the night without him. But the rules? I whispered. He stepped closer. To hell with the rules, he replied. We're adults. It doesn't even have to mean anything if you don't want it. It's still an arrangement, I puckered my lips. But it does, I said softly. And I'd be foolish to think Denver even heard a word I said. His arms wrapped around me, holding my waist into him. He sniffed into my hair and breathed along my neck. I closed my eyes with my heart pounding in my chest, once again surrendering to the inevitable. Denver lifted me into his arms, and his hands held firmly clasped my bum. I looked down at him, my hair in his face. He smiled at me before placing my back against the bed. He leaned in. God, you're beautiful, he said, before swiping a strand of hair behind my ear. And it was me who kissed him the second time. Fuck it. We might as well break all the rules tonight. Eliana. My feet grudgingly struck the ground as I sat up. A yawn parted my lips, and I consecutively ran my hands through my messy hair. Once my fingers hit the silky, uneven sheets of the bed, last night's heated memories came flooding back to me. No. Shit. I clamped over my lips as blood rushed into my face. The hairs stood on my arms as I paced around the room. I couldn't believe it happened. I couldn't believe last night happened at all. As my palms fell, so did my lips. When I reached the mirror, I halted for a moment. Staring down at my reflection, my fingers traced the ends of my skin until they grazed against my bruised neck. Denver's bite had nearly healed, although there was still a scar there. I feared there would always be a scar for the rest of my life as a reminder of last night. It was just supposed to be the ceremony. But my wolf, Arya, came on so strong. I batted my lashes each time I remembered. The last thing I wanted in my head was Denver. But even as I woke up to an empty space beside me, his aura and presence still lingered around the room. It was his pack, I guess, but it wasn't just that. It was the feeling of his touch that had registered unknowingly in my head. His woodsy cologne that trickled up my nose. I could feel him so much. Maybe it was the bite too, but sex with him had only strengthened our mate bond even more. I wasn't sure when he left, but thankfully he did. I would have hated for him to see like this. I tore myself from the front of the mirror before ravaging through my closet for a fresh pair of clothes to leave for Bloodhound later that day. I couldn't afford to spend another night here, not to talk of being in the same room with Denver. I was reeling with regret that I ever had to see him again. He was witty and egotistic, more than a copious amount on a normal day. He would be even more dreadful, especially after last night. I pulled out my only other clothes and laid it out on the bed. Running my fingers through my hair again, I sighed with exhaustion. How could I have given myself so easily to him? It was me who made the rules, and ultimately, it was me who broke them too. Fuck. I looked up at the door once I heard a knock on it, and my heart suddenly sank in my chest. It couldn't be him. I scrambled to the ground to reach for my brassiere, and after wearing it, I threw on the closest top I could find. I fluttered my hair and then pulled the door open. Thelma. The shock was evident in my eyes as I called her name, and so was the relief that washed across my face some moments after. Thank goodness it wasn't him. I wasn't ready yet. I was coming for a run and said I should stop by Thelma, smiled, her eyes wandering past the wedge door. The room was a mess. There was no need for her to come inside. Anyway, awkwardness ravaged the air between us. How was the suite? I hope you slept good? I pushed a hard lump down my throat. Of course, it was really good. I mean, comfortable. It was really comfortable. Not good. Comfortable? Why was I stuttering? Oh my God. Even Thelma could tell something was wrong by how her brows arched over her eyes. "Are you okay, Eliana?" she asked. I smiled. "Why won't I be?" I replied. "I only just woke up, so my mind's a bit of a blur," I said. "And your hair," she pressed her lips together. My fingers unconsciously picked at the standing ends. "You really had a good sleep, I can tell for sure," Thelma chuckled, and I exhaled in embarrassment. "It's okay. There's nothing wrong with spending the night with the alpha. My jaw hung loose. "Yeah, I mean, last night, I was coming from the kitchen after getting a glass of water, and I saw him creeping out of your room. It was so funny," she laughed, but only after she realized there wasn't anything funny did she clear her throat. God, I was dying at that moment. I couldn't believe there was a witness. "I'm sorry," she whispered, pulling out something from her bag. "Shoot. I didn't realize I wasn't supposed to talk about that. This is what Corey says. I have a really big mouth. Unfortunately, she swept it under the rug, and I folded my arms across my chest. It's okay, really. It happened, I guess," I scoffed, deciding to be a little more mature about it. "I brought you some clothes, too. Didn't know whether you were leaving today or not, but I just figured you could. She handed them over to me." "That's so thoughtful, but I actually have something that I'm wearing." I smiled politely, but within a split second, she pushed past the door and into the suite. My arms fell with a sigh. "Is this what you're wearing?" Her eyes landed on the clothes on the bed, and when she lifted them back up at me, her face was far from pleased. "What?" My hands nervously grazed the back of my head. She tossed the simple top and pants I had already laid out to the side. "Ouch," I remarked. "Come on, Eliana. You're Luna now. This is THE day after your mating ceremony. Everybody will be looking at you," Thelma said. "So you better dress the part. Luckily, I'm here to help you," she smiled deviously, roping my arms towards the mirror. "Think of me like a genie, I echoed. She nodded. "A makeover genie." She tapped my shoulders. "Now, take off this top," she said, and I scoffed. Shit. I had it on backwards the whole time. I only just realized, and Thelma chuckled. "That was what gave," she said. "Last night must have truly been intense. You know, Corey and I got lucky too," she whispered, bumping her arms into me, and I gasped. "Thelma," before a laughter echoed from my lips. "It wasn't my fault. Something about the mating ceremony was just so hot and awakening," she said. "Wouldn't be surprised if baby number 3 was already on the way," she joked. And with Thelma, I realized I was always just laughing. She was so funny. Back then, she was the only person that made me feel at home the first time, and now here she was again. She sat me down on the chair, ready to straighten my hair from the hot mess it currently was. "What about you?" Thelma puckered her lips. "Should we be expecting a baby on the way soon?" she asked. "I'll pass," I scuffled, like my mind didn't instantly go to Elijah. I'd been away from him for more than a day now. Nothing hurt me more as a mother than spending time away from my son, who I loved with all my heart. But I'll pass on another, especially if it was Denver's. Hell, he didn't even know about Elijah still. I had no idea when I was going to tell him I even had a son, or whether I was never going to mention it. Each time I thought about my secret, I couldn't even pretend my heart wasn't heavy. On one hand, there was the need to give Elijah what he wanted, which was a family. And on the other hand, the fear that if Denver ended up knowing about him, or anyone at least, they'd try to take him away from me. And I could survive a lot of things, but losing Elijah, I wouldn't be able to survive that. Eliana Thelma's gentle voice roped me out of my thoughts, and I fluttered my lashes at her. "You left for a second, like your mind wandered elsewhere," she added, and I scoffed lightly. "Really?" Pressing my lips together, I looked into the mirror and could feel my heart pulsating in my chest. That was the thing about secrets I'd always questioned, when it would all come out, alas. See, her voice towered over me as I stood in front of the mirror. You look even more gorgeous, Thelma complimented. The makeover nearly lasted 2 hours, and she was right. Her dress did, in fact, fit better. It was an emerald green, long, satin gown with a slit that went as high as my thighs. The alpha wouldn't be able to take his eyes off you, she added. I scoffed. That's the opposite of what I want, I replied. She chuckled. Are you coming downstairs now? She clung to the door for a moment, and I looked over my shoulder with a soft sigh. Yeah, and when the door closed, my fingers found the side of my neck. Ah, I exclaimed faintly, touching his bite once again. And this time, it was a reminder of what was coming as soon as we got back to my pack. But still, nothing could have prepared us. The car is waiting outside, Corey said to me as I sauntered down the stairs, and he helped me onto the front porch. As soon as I made it outside, the breeze refreshed my face and ran through my hair. But then I saw him, and my heart dropped. My Luna, Denver, walked all the way to open the car door for me, and I couldn't resist rolling my eyes to the back of my head. What now? I scoffed. You're really so difficult to please, aren't you? His lips pouted. One might think things might change after the passion-filled night we shared. He was inches from my face, when his gaze to my lips. A nasty grimace crawled onto his lips. This was what I was saying. I hit him in his chest and he backed away. Not a single word about last night. It won't ever happen again, I gritted through my teeth and made my way into the car. He closed the door, standing for a moment with a smile across his lips. And when our eyes met, Denver winked at me. Nana, alighting the car, I immediately ran toward her and he held me in for a lasting hug. How did it go? She whispered, letting her gaze to my neck, and then she smiled. I nodded my head. Oh, Eliana. And thank you, Alpha Denver. I didn't know my grandma was going to pull him back the way she did. Thank you for agreeing to this. The whole pack owes you a lot. I haven't even fought the guy yet, he joked, inching closer to the door when I stepped in front of him. You can drop it here, I requested, standing in front of the door. Elijah was inside, and he could be in the living room for all I knew. There was no use risking it. Are you sure? He looked at my grandma, who ultimately figured out the reason why I halted him. Even Denver could sense something was wrong, unfortunately. Yes, I flashed a smile. So you're not going to invite me in? He shrugged. I pressed my lips together. There's no use coming in. The house is a mess, I lied. He crossed his arms once my grandma left. Can I talk to you for a moment? He stepped down the porch. I followed him. If it has anything to do about last night, it doesn't, he sharply interrupted. Before the ceremony, you made your rules and I gave you just one of mine. Which was what? Denver asked. A hard lump went down my throat. Trust? I mouthed. Exactly. And no secrets, Eliana. If this is going to work, we must trust each other. Because if we don't, we give the enemies an advantage, he added. And you're telling me this why? There was a crack in my voice and my heart was pounding in my chest. Yet I stood confidently, so if there was a way Denver could read through me, he wouldn't actually see that I was hiding something. But it doesn't mean he didn't have his doubts. I need you to tell me now if you're keeping something from me, he replied tensely, and the air between us was cold. My hands rubbed together nervously, and I'd lie if I didn't think about telling him the truth just then. Because even I was tired of the secrets. But I wasn't sure. I didn't think it was the right time yet. I'm not, Denver, I lied. Denver's eyes still stared intensely for a moment. But that was before he pulled away. I believe you, those words hit me like a storm, as guilt stung my chest a little bit. He pulled away from me with a smirk. I'll see you tomorrow, Denver said. Or maybe tonight. He struck a finger at me. Just look out your window there. He did it again. He winked at me, and my heart swelled in my chest for a moment. As he made his way into the car, a faint smile curled at the corner of my lips. He pulled away with Corey, and I ran my fingers through my hair with relief. He knows, I told my grandma as I walked back to the porch. Knows what? She asked. He knows I'm hiding something from him. I halted. Elijah. She heaved, and I nodded my head. It's going to be a lot harder keeping him away now that we're mated, I whispered with genuine concern in my eyes, and she reached for my hands. It's going to be a lot harder now in general. My grandma was usually the optimistic one, but at that moment, not so much. I looked up at her as she squeezed my hands. But we're going to get through this together. I'm not sure whether she said it because she genuinely believed or because she felt she had to. But only one thing was certain now. War was coming, and it was never going to be easy taking Jackson down. Elana. Elijah, I brought my eyes to rest upon my son from across the dining table. Pass the salt, please, I gestured. I realized he had barely eaten his food when Nana was already done with hers. He got up, taking the salt bottle in his hands before walking up to me. I did hold him back for a second. Is everything okay? I asked, looking between him and his Nana. Someone has a long face and a short appetite, I teased, tickling him a little in his sides, and he let out a soft chuckle. Tell me, what is it? I asked. He ran his hands over his head. Nana, when can I go hunting again? He squealed, and I scoffed surprisingly. Again? I turned to my grandma. He went out with Ivan during the day. Relax. It's not somewhere so far from here. And we got the rabbit that we're having for dinner. Elijah pointed to the steak on my plate, and I gasped. No. He chuckled. Surprise. I whisked him into one arm as he playfully struggled to break free. The truth was, I couldn't even be mad at him. But I drew my eyes up to my grandma. We simply must be more careful, and being careful meant avoiding the risks. The sound of the television echoed into the kitchen after dinner. Elijah had slowly but surely eaten his whole food. Now, he was watching some cartoons before I eventually put him to bed. I cleared the plates off the table, dumping them into the sink next to Nana. It really wasn't far from here. I knew she was going to say something, and she did. The little boy just gets so bored during the day. When you were not here, what did you expect him to be doing? She asked. It's not that I don't understand. I heaved a deep breath. Or that I don't want him to be out there and playing like the pup he is. It's not like I don't want him to live a much more normal life than I got. It's just that sometimes I worry. And it's only natural, Grandma interrupted. I shook my head with my hands pressing against the counter. Then I looked back at her. Losing Elijah is my worst fear. And I know I probably shouldn't, but holding him close and tight all the time just eliminates the risks and makes me feel safer. I already wish I was here. I wish I didn't have to leave, I muttered. And now he's going hunting? There was a crack in my voice as my shoulders fell flat. One of the many things I'm missing out on in his life. You're not missing out on anything. Eliana Nana drew me closer for a hug, and I didn't know when a tear fell down my cheek. I guess sometimes I do feel overwhelmed. Now, it was partly because of my conversation with Denver earlier. I just wished things were easy. Easier. You want to tell me how it actually went with Denver? She finally asked, and I sighed. Looking back up at her, my Nana smiled softly. I know when the problem runs deeper, she whispered, and I cupped my chin. Could she really tell how much I was rattled still from last night? We spent the night together, I admitted. There was little to no surprise on her face when I looked up. What? Nana asked. Are you not shocked? She shook her head. I could tell already. Seeing the both of you talk earlier, there was just so much tension and… Besides, I already knew it was going to happen. It was your first night as mates. Suppressing your natural instincts could have done more harm than good grandma always had a way with words. I guess some part of me was off at first, but after what she said, I felt a lot better. Your grandpa and I, the first night after we accepted each other. To go back, Eliana. Oh, to go back to that night. Her face instantly lit up at the mention of Grandpa, whose life I only knew in pictures and the stories I'd heard. I never met him because he died, unfortunately, in a fire that claimed so many lives that were in the church that day. He was as religious as they came. Nana once was too, which she transferred to my mother. But after she lost him that night, I didn't think she still believed so strongly in anything again. To lose both your mate and your daughter, Nana was so strong, even for her age. Her wolf may no longer come out in her lifetime, but she was braver than a warrior. She was a fighter. I really wish I met them. Him and Mom, I whispered. And her hands crawled to my neck, around which hung the pendant that she'd given me, an heirloom that supposedly belonged to my mother. And then she whispered, I really wish you met them too. But even more, I wish they'd met you. I wish Susanna could have seen what an amazing and strong daughter she gave life to, and her grandson too. You should have seen him when he was chasing that rabbit, she added. And I chuckled in a way that my eyes disappeared. Oh, I know, I nodded. He was always so playful back in Tuscany. Sometimes I think the only thing holding him back at the recurring nightmares he has, I said. Which has unsurprisingly stopped for the time being, Nana added. My smile faded, and I exhaled. It's not the first time it's paused before I replied. But it's the first time he's been back home, she replied. There was a chance that she was right, a soothing possibility, which I nodded to. Then, her hand squeezed mine lightly. Maybe all he needed was just to come home. You too, she quickly added. Because if you never came back, then you might have never seen Denver again, she said. Not him, please, I urged softly. Why not him? Are you afraid that talking about him would make you realize the truth? Nana asked, and I slipped my hands away from her. Do you think I'm still in love with Denver? I questioned with an arch between my brows. After everything he put me through? I'm only saying that it's harder now to figure out the dynamic between you two. With the mating and Elijah, Nana paused. Elijah? I'm willing to keep him a secret, but it's only to protect him, Ma, I heaved. And for how long? What's the plan for when all of this is over? Denver is the alpha of both packs and your Luna. Elijah is what? Or will you go back to the wilderness, Eliana? Nana asked, and as I stood from the chair, my heart sank in my chest. Breaking a mate bond is never easy. You know, I wiped across my moist eyes. Well, at least it isn't my heart that's breaking. We might have had a one-night stand, but make no mistake. I won't be fooled twice. And I won't be the one who leaves. It's always him. And when he does, I'm going to make sure Elijah doesn't suffer for it. It's what's best, Ma, and that's final. But as soon as I turned, there he was, standing in the corridor with his onesie and a finger in his eye. I heard arguing my name. Mommy, he whispered, and I threw myself at him, holding him close. No, Elijah. It's nothing. I was only talking about how it's past your bedtime. I ran my fingers through his hair before we took to the stairs, but I did throw one last look back at Nana. Her arms were folded and her eyes intent. I wish she'd just understand that not every love story could be like hers and Grandpa's. I wasn't acting irrationally. I was already hurt badly once before, and now I'm making sure it never happens again. And that Elijah doesn't end up missing his father far longer than he knew him. Good night, Elijah. As soon as I helped him into his bed, he fell asleep. I leaned forward to place a soft kiss on his forehead, and then squeezed his hand. I really wished things were different. Around that same time, there was a knock on the front door. My heart throbbed as I inched close to the window. Peeking through it, I was only expecting one person, But even Denver's car wasn't parked in the driveway like it usually was every night. I pulled away with a furrow between my brows, and then I walked out of the room, closing the door gently with my hands. "Who's there?" I heard Nana call out as I made my way down the stairs, just in time for her to open the front door, and I saw caused my lips to fall wide open. "Oh, God." Grandma was rattled. I thrusted myself forward. "What do you want?" Her hair was drenched across half her face, and her clothes were torn yet again. And somehow, she found herself back on the porch of the house she'd destroyed. You want to burn it all down this time?" She was the girl we'd rescued that night, and I wasn't falling for her games that night. "Eliana," Nana called as soon as she lifted her eyes. They were shimmered with tears. "Oh," I softly exclaimed, guilt stinging my heart. "I'm sorry," the girl whispered. Her hands were quivering and her eyes bore the darkest spots underneath them. She could barely look into my eyes as she talked. "No, are you okay?" I inched closer to her. She shook her head. "Do you need us to help you?" I asked. Nana cleared her throat doubtfully, but I had a plan. The girl nodded at my question, and I made sure I looked her in the eyes when I told her. "Then you have to tell me who you are," I whispered. "Tell us what exactly you're running from, or what exactly is doing this to you. Then I promise, we'll be able to help," I continued. Her chapped lips fell apart. "Promise?" she echoed. "Promise. My name." There was a vicious crack in her voice. "My name is Cariz from what I remember," and a hard lump went down her throat. I waited eagerly to hear her next words, but nothing could have prepared me still. "I'm a witch." I looked at Nana in disbelief after those words, and even she was shocked. But that was until Cariz stepped into our home, and the lights began to flicker, up until they went off. And then, by herself and control, she brought it on again. Cariz paused with a brow perched over her eyes. My lips were sealed with a hand over them. "A witch in Oakland?" my grandma whispered. "That's a first. Now that you've answered who you are," she paused, "how about you tell us the real reason why you're here right now?" Nana persisted, and Cariz pushed yet another hard lump down her throat before she answered. "Well, you—" Cariz didn't hold back, and even a slight chuckle escaped her lips. "What?" I was restive for a moment, running my hands through my hair. "You see, you're the real reason why I'm here," Cariz muttered. And there was just something off about the way she was speaking, like she was being controlled. And when she inched closer to me, I stepped backward, but Cariz was able to grab my wrist. "Fuck!" My jaw fell open. "Everything leads back to you, Eliana," Cariz yelled as I struggled to fight her off. "That was the reason." "Reason for what?" I shouted. "The reason I was told to find you?" And once she said those words, I was able to graze my heel against her face. Cariz fell back on the porch, and I was able to charge forward to lock the door. Once I turned around to my Nana, I was breathing heavily from my lips as I echoed, "What the actual hell was that about?" And she was just as speechless. Eliana. What the actual hell was that about? As soon as the doors closed, I leaned my back against it. Looking it up my grandma, she was almost just as surprised as she was puzzled. My face scrunched up in intense worry, especially when Cariz started banging on the door again. I fastened my body to hold firm against the hinges, but her banging became more and more incessant and powerful. I was confused. "What's going on?" Nana asked, wheeling her chair to face the stairs. "Go find Elijah and make Cariz banged. Make sure he's safe." I wasn't sure what exactly the witch wanted from me, but I needed to make sure that my son was safe before anything else. One hit through the door caused a piece of wood to fall to the ground, and as Nana made her way up the stairs, Cariz was finally able to burst through. I fell to the ground with my hands as a tornado of winds broke through the door. And when I looked up at Cariz, her eyes had turned pitch black. Her feet no longer grazed the ground, and her hands were summoning whatever power she was about to hit me with. "Careers!" I yelled. There was a crack in my voice. "You don't have to do this." I crawled on my back as she entered into the house. Somehow it hit me that this wasn't the Carries we'd saved that day. Of course I barely even this girl, but something was off, and the track record of my unfailing gut feeling was often impressive. With a flick of her finger, Caries suddenly sent me flying into the wall. I groaned as my arms spread out before I fell flat again to the ground. My gut feeling may have been wrong this time. Damn, she was strong, but not stronger, I thought. A spearing pain ravaged my back as I tried summoning my wolf. I pinned my fingers to the floor with the hopes of my claws tearing through, but before I could even shift, Carries attacked again. This time, she used her hands to send a deafening and intense screech that pierced through my ears. "Ah!" I exclaimed in pain, trying to shut it out, but the sound made it into my head already and was driving me mad. Fuck. A drop of blood fell out of my nose, and then the windows started to shatter. "What do you want?" I called out to Caries, who was only now above me. "You, Eliana." Her voice was deep and almost unrecognizable. Her eyes were filled with blackness, and she had a dark aura enclasp around her body. With her clawed hands, she grazed up my chin. "They want you," she muttered. "Who?" The piercing sound still rang through my head as she lifted me into the air. Her hands suddenly gripped around my neck and my eyes widened. A bolt of panic flashed across my powerless face. Not only did I just learn of Witch's existence, but that was the moment I also realized that they were stronger than us. Werewolves. If they were able to stop us from shifting, that was it. "Caries?" I called out to her. You don't have to do this," I choked with her fingers clawing into the sides of my neck. I began to gasp. "I'm not Carries." But alas, she gritted through her teeth. My eyes fell open as my brows still managed to arch. "Then who are you?" I raised my voice. "And what exactly do you want from me?" I asked. "I want your blood, Eliana." She hissed, and her breath slapped into my face alongside those words. "What?" I could only ask softly when all of a sudden, she let me go. I fell to the ground with a thud, and surprisingly, her too. Caries started to gasp as she pulled out her hair. "Help me," she called out to me. Her voice was different now, like the same one I'd heard that day in the forest. And when I looked back up, her eyes were now the shade of crystal blue. There were tears in her eyes as she pulled at her hair. "I don't want to do this," she cried. "But it's making me too. This isn't me. I just want to leave. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore." Carries wailed, and even with the arch between my eyes, I crept closer to her. Surely my gut feeling wasn't entirely wrong after all. I knew this was more than Carries. "It's," I echoed. She lifted her eyes to me. "Who is it? What is making you do this?" I asked her, my fingers cradling her face. "It wants you, Eliana," she replied. "Who?" I yelled. "It wants you," Eliana Caries said again. "There's no escaping. It must have you. You are the only way. Everything leads back to you." I knew those words, and as her voice started to grow deep again, I backed away. But Caries was fighting it off desperately. "Help me," she'd say. "Help me, Eliana. Don't leave me." She shook her head as if she was running mad. But obviously it was because whatever power or entity she was trying to fight off was a lot stronger. It was messing her head, and in turn, fucking with her mind. "This isn't you, Carries." I shook my head, but I'm sorry I inched backwards on my hands. All of a sudden, her head dropped and a cackle slithered through the air. I gasped with fear in my eyes. What was it now? "Carries?" I called out to her. She still faced the floor. Once the cracking died down, a creaking silence ravaged the air. I tried to move closer to her. Carries? I said, "Don't leave me." A screeching scowl escaped her lips as she arose in the air again, summoning the winds all around her. It blew harshly through the spaces that once held the now shattered windows, and the breeze started to ravage the house. Chaos ensued in a second, blowing through and through, and when my eyes met Carrie's, hers were pitch black again, and her lips curled into a malicious smirk. With the whole cabin falling apart, I crouched low to the ground, struggling with my feet. I heard the door open from upstairs. "Mommy?" Elijah called. My heart sank as I threw my head over my shoulders. "Get him inside!" I yelled at my grandma. "Now!" Carice plunged me across the room and back before lifting me in the air. Her fingers stretched towards me as she wove them in the air. All of a sudden, my ankles cracked, and then my wrists. "Ah!" I screamed because of the excruciating pain. "Mommy!" Elijah called out again. I turned back to Carrie's. "You don't have to do this," I muttered. Then she smiled. "But this is the only way, Eliana." There is no other way. Her eyes fixated on me as she geared to do the worst. Then, all of a sudden, what was left of the door came down. Denver burst through and wasted no second in lunging him at the witch. He grabbed her wrists, disrupting her concentration on me. I fell to the ground weakly, and my body was in pain. Carice may have been stronger than me, but she had nothing against the alpha who was inches away from ripping across her throat. "Don't!" I called out to him. He eyed me in disbelief for a moment. "It's not her. She's being controlled by something else. Something more powerful. All Carice wants is help, and she doesn't deserve to die," I added. "Look at you. She hurt you." "Of course she deserves to die," Denver hissed, and I wiped the blood from my nose. "Don't," I whispered softly. "Don't kill her, Denver," then heaved a deep breath from his lips before twisting her neck. "No." I watched her body fall to the ground with a thud, and then he stood up. "Relax. That was only enough force to knock her out. All she's going to have is a sprain when she wakes up." Denver walked across her body and towards where I lay. "A witch can handle a sprain, right?" He helped me up, and a groan escaped my lips. "Not so much a werewolf," I muttered, limping forward with my wounded ankle. "Are you okay?" Nana appeared into the room, and I tore my eyes back to her. My brows knotted, even though I couldn't say those words. Even though I couldn't ask of Elijah. But she understood, and all Nana did was nod for me to reassure me that he was safe. Relief washed over my face. "I should do something for your bones." Nana sauntered away as Denver helped me into a chair. He fell to his knees with my feet cusped in his hand. "I need to put this back in place," he muttered, and my eyes widened with fear. "No," I whispered. "I'll be gentle. I promise." A hard lump went down my throat. "Do you trust me?" He darted his eyes to lock into mine, and even though I was a bit hesitant, I nodded my head. "Then, let me." He massaged around the area of my ankle before slowly shifting it into place. The pain only lasted a second pain, after which I just felt numb. My grandma was already standing there with the ointment in her hands, which Denver collected. "What are we going to do about Carice?" I asked immediately. My eyes fell upon her. "Keep her locked away in the basement, chained." "I have a lot of options. This is the second time she's messed up my house," Nana hissed. And I let out a soft chuckle. "I'm just glad you're okay," she said before pulling away. Denver still held my feet in his hands as he applied the ointment softly. "Shouldn't we get to her first?" The sight of her just laying there filled me with discomfort. "We have time, roughly 5 to 7 hours before she wakes up," he replied. "You know I would have killed her." After a pause, Denver continued. "She hurt you, Eliana." "But it wasn't Carice," I whispered. "I saw her. It was like she was possessed or something, I added. How sure are you about that? She's a witch. You know, right? Denver met my eyes as my lips fell open. How do you know that? I asked him. The tattoo on the inside of her wrist. It's the mark of the Oakland witches, he replied. Only just knew today that Oakland had witches, I said. That's because they don't stay here. He soothed my feet. So whenever they do come around, it's never for something good, he added, and my heart throbbed in my chest. What is it? He asked, perhaps seeing the worry flash across my face. All I could think about was what Karis said. Did she tell you anything? Denver asked. Come on, Eliana. Only then did I look at him, and a sigh escaped my lips. She said, IT wants me. That whatever was inside of her wanted my blood. I was the only way, that there's no other way, I whispered, and Denver rested back with a furrow between his eyes. No other way. How? He asked. It tried to kill me tonight, Denver, I said, as my eyes stung with tears. He instantly roped me closer to him. Hey, he nodded. It's okay now. I said I won't let anything happen to you, and so far. So good. I've kept to my word. Haven't I? He added. At least now I know better than to leave you alone at night. His hands left my legs and slowly reached for my hands. What happened tonight won't happen again. I promise, he whispered, squeezing my hands while intensely looking into my eyes. And for a moment, my heart throbbed in my chest. I felt blood rush into my cheeks as our eyes met. I wasn't sure what was going on until Denver leaned in, and my breath hitched in the back of my throat. Oh my God. I arose, ignoring the searing pain in my ankles. Careful. Jesus Christ, it was just a moment, Eliana. Denver stood, resting his eyes on me. But this wasn't about the near kiss. It was about Elijah, I promptly called as he scurried down the stairs, and Nana right after him. But he was faster. Mommy. He threw himself at me, and as my arms wrapped around him, my heart shuddered in my chest. Are you okay, Mommy? Elijah asked. And at that moment, I caught Denver's stunned eyes, which he then lifted to me. Shit. I pressed my lips together. Now, he knew. Denver knew of our secret baby. Eliana. I gazed down at Elijah, laying him to sleep for the second time that night. My fingers swept through his hair, and a sigh escaped my lips. I pulled towards the door, knowing as soon as I stepped out, I'd run into Denver and his million questions. I knew he'd have even more. I saw his eyes and how he looked at Elijah when he walked across him, when he hugged me, and they were full of questions and calculations in his head. It may have been silent at that moment, but the unsaid words between us were deafening. I tore my eyes from him, taking Elijah upstairs. I could only dodge Denver for so long, and even at that moment when I stood with my hands against the door, I didn't even know what I was going to tell him. My heart was pounding against its sternum, and my mind was racing with a million thoughts. I pulled the door open. There he was, leaning against the wall across the corridor. His eyes instantly met mine, and the tension was palpable. I don't even know what to say, he stuttered. A man who was always so stern and confident. For once he wasn't so sure. Denver? I called. You have a son? He asked, and an arch ravaged his brows. All this time? He made out a scuffle through his lips. I didn't know how to tell you, Denver, I muttered. Now it makes sense, you know. All those times you didn't want me to come into your house, or the days you'd force me to stay downstairs. You were keeping him from me. But you see, the thing is, I don't understand. I don't understand why. Eliana, there was a crack in his voice and a dawning realization that hit me like a storm. Why? I blurted out. I don't think Denver knew the whole truth. I don't think he knew Elijah was his son. Yes. Why? He nodded. What the hell happened to trust and no more secrets? I told you, Eliana. If this has to work, we must come clean about everything, including our pasts, including the last 5 years. I told you he broke away from the wall, inching closer to me. Who's his father, Eliana? He asked the obvious question, and I felt a sting in my throat. Maybe I should have told him. I should have. But alas, I didn't. Maybe it was because of the fear that he might take Elijah from me, or because my son would end up heartbroken when Denver ended up leaving. Or maybe it was a combination of both. My Nana's voice crept into my mind, but I shook it off. I didn't think I was as brave to tell him the truth, so I did what I've done for the last 6 years, and I lied. You met someone, didn't you? It was Denver who asked. I'd never seen him this oblivious. I did, I whispered, shutting my eyes to the tear that dropped. I met someone in Tuscany. Tuscany? He echoed. I nodded. You see, it's the first time you're even telling me where you were, he replied. I knew about the cult and the whole training to be a warrior thing, but I didn't know about Tuscany. It was in Tuscany, I interrupted. That's the thing, don't you get it? He asked. I know these things, but at the end of the day, it feels like I don't know you. Like you've just kept a lot of things from me, he added. Do you blame me, Denver? I asked. Because there was a time I did tell you everything. A time I trusted you with my whole heart and whole self. A time I loved you more than life itself. But you... I halted. He shook his head. This isn't about that time, Eliana. It's always about that time, Denver. I cleared my throat. I'm talking about now. He raised his voice. Now that we're finally mates. I'm talking about now, but you can't keep bringing up the past, he said. And I pushed a hard lump down my throat. Yeah, that's really convenient for you, I remarked. You know that's not what I mean, Eliana, he said calmly now. Then what do you mean? I asked. It's complicated, he muttered. At that moment, I just shook my head with a light scoff. Sure it is, I kicked my feet forward, but he held my hands. Somehow, I was able to look into his eyes. You know, for someone who says no more secrets, you sure do have a lot, I whispered. Because, Denver, I could say the same. I don't know you. I never did. Your guard was always so up, and you were always so unpredictable and stoic. And I pressed my lips together. So forgive me for keeping this one thing, I snarled through my teeth. But I will only trust you when you start to trust me too. I freed myself from his clasp and brushing past his shoulders. I walked into my room. I could feel his gaze burning intensely behind me until I slammed the door. And only when my back leaned against it did I finally heave a deep sigh. An hour had passed, and I was sitting by the edge of my bed with my hands folded across my chest. I couldn't sleep, even if I tried. Dinner felt like it was yesterday, when it had only been a few hours. It was then I heard a knock on my door. My eyes lifted to Denver as he walked in. He halted for a moment, closing the door behind him, and then he walked up to the bed. Taking a seat beside me, he still hadn't said a word, which only left me to wonder. What are you doing here? There was a crack in my voice. My brother and I weren't always like this, he said, and I looked at him with an arch between my brows. In fact, there was a time when we were inseparable. He was like my best friend. It's what our mother wanted, but everything changed when she died. Denver narrated. You're right. My guard has been up for so long, and I have secrets of my own. But I want to tell you everything, Eliana. I should have done that for a while now. I should have trusted you. You don't have to. I heaved, knowing how Blake was a difficult topic for him to discuss. I didn't want to force it out of him. No, I do, but Denver shook his head. Hell-bent on telling me what really happened. Because it was never because I didn't trust you. I've just had a really hard time opening up to anyone. One of the not-so-good things that come with being an alpha. You're held to a certain standard, and when so many people betray you once, You spend a lifetime making sure it never happens again. He pressed his lips together. My family is the way it is now because of betrayal. When Denver looked at me, it felt like an entrance into his soul. It was beyond genuineness in his eyes. There was a certain softness and vulnerability I'd never seen before. Your mother? I echoed. And it was only always when he talked about her. He nodded his head, and that loss that still lingered across his face was something we shared. Yeah, his voice went low. You said she died in the Cold War? That was all I knew of his mother's demise, all he told me. But at that moment, he scoffed while he shook his head. Yeah, she did. But it wasn't the war that killed her. She was one of the people that died in Oakland's Great Fire, Denver said, and my eyes widened. The fire? Denver looked at me. My grandpa died in the fire too, yet another thing that was common to the both of us. All Denver did was cup his chin, as if replaying all the daunting memories he had of that day. I wasn't born then, but he was. I wasn't even sure sometimes how old he really was and how long he'd been alive. The thing with being a werewolf, at least one of the things, is that you don't really age as long as you keep shifting and taking the form of your wolf. You age until you first see your wolf, and then it stops. Until you stop seeing your wolf before you continue to age again. Like my grandma now, who was nearing 8 decades, but in reality, she'd been on Earth for much longer than that, because the years she was a shifter don't really add. Werewolf maths, really. It's funny when I think about it. Especially when I think about the fact that I'm now immortal since I've come into my wolf. Denver, too. A lot of people died that day. He drew my attention back to him, and I fluttered my lashes. The Cold War, it was between the werewolf tribes and packs, wasn't it? I asked. No. It was more than that, Denver replied. It first started between the packs when we all lived together, and before we separated. But in the heat of the war, there was another tribe, he continued, and I arched my brow. The witches. The witches? I echoed, unconsciously looking to where we had Carice. But by now, Denver had dragged her into the basement where she was tied and chained. At that mention of that name, I saw the rage pulsate in his eyes, and Denver clenched his jaw. The witches have been enemies since the beginning of time. All they have ever wanted was to destroy the werewolves, and so when they saw an opportunity during the Cold War, they took it. They did everything to pit us against each other, and we didn't even know it was them. They camouflaged so well, mixed as spies between us, driving us even more mad, and tearing us apart, Denver said. I was 19 then. Blake was a year older. My dad was a farmer. He was also the new alpha of Black Mountain when the tribe decided to divide into packs. So he rarely spent time in the pack anyway, so during the war, the only person we had was our mother. He added, she would take care of us and shield us as much as she could. She wasn't a warrior or a soldier, but in my father's absence, she was strong for both Blake and I. And as long as we had her, we realized we were okay. Blake was especially close to her, although he wasn't exactly the easiest of us. My mom loved him. I, on the other hand, was close to Dad. Then, what happened? I asked softly, intrigued by his narration. Then we met Aurora. Aurora? I repeated. A scuffle escaped his lips. Aurora, she was. Denver pushed a hard lump down his throat. She was the first person I was with, the first woman I oved. The only thing was that Blake loved her too, Denver said, and I softly gasped. That wasn't even all. What more could they have been? And as Denver looked at me, his eyes went glassy before a tear dropped. I had never for once seen him cry until now. Oh, Denver. I reached for his hands as I whispered. He looked away. Aurora was a witch, he later said. She was a spy who was sent to destroy my family, and she's the reason everything happened, the way it did, he added. I framed his face to look at me. What do you mean? I asked. She's the reason my mother died in that fire. And the reason your grandpa did too, he muttered, and at that moment my heart dropped. Eliana. I don't understand. My grandfather died in the Great Fire and it was an accident. Nana told me they figured out it was something electrical in the temple. Well, did it ever occur to you that the only people that died in there were werewolves? Denver asked me, and I gulped down a hard lump. Oakland's filled with werewolves, I denied, and he scoffed. It wasn't an electrical fire, Eliana. Neither was it an accident. My mother died in that fire and it was because of Aurora and ultimately because of me, he said, and it struck a chord in my chest, hearing him talk about the first woman he loved. I didn't even think Denver had it in him, love. Maybe it was because of Aurora. Maybe she was the one who changed him. I lifted my eyes to him as he began. The witches and the werewolves never mixed. For centuries, we both hated ourselves and were mortal enemies. I'd only read that in books. I, for one, never thought that witches existed until Carrie's showed up. Why? I asked. Why did we never get along? Because they were here first, Denver pressed his lips together. They claim that Oakland belonged to them. That it was their land. So when the werewolves settled down here all those years ago, it caused a rift between the two tribes that ultimately left the witches displaced. But it also made us enemies, Denver explained. Ever since then, they'd been trying to get back and the Cold War gave them the perfect opportunity. It was a plan in the making for so long, and I can't believe how easy it was for us to fall for it. There was regret in his raucous voice. What happened that night, Denver? I asked. I'll tell you, but the story doesn't start the night of the Great Fire. It starts the day I met Aurora. Blake and I had gone hunting that morning, in search of game, but instead we came across an angel. I'd always remember how I stopped in my tracks when I heard her sing, he said. It was like the voice of a siren which drew my brother's attention and mine towards her. We climbed hills to get to the waterfall, and finally, when I first laid on Aurora, she was the most beautiful girl I'd seen. She was bathing in the pond and her exposed skin glistened beneath the sun. She's beautiful, Blake said, his jaw hanging loose. Mine too. I'm so sorry, Aurora apologized as soon as she saw us. Then her lips curled with a smile that could brighten up a room. Her hair was light blonde, and her eyes were golden. Her voice was... Denver, I cleared my throat, and he looked back at me. Then he scoffed. I'm only telling you this because Aurora looked like something extraordinary. Something she was, but I didn't know then. I didn't know her antics or games before it was too late, he replied. So Blake fell in love with her? I asked. Immediately, he was bewitched. Convinced it was love at first sight. After we got home, he wouldn't stop talking about her. Swore he'd do everything he could to see her again. She did to him first. Blake loved her like she was oxygen, Denver said. Did he see her again? I was the one who did. A week later, I ran into her in the woods again. Aurora and I took a walk that lasted for hours, and we talked and talked about everything. I was only 19. I was convinced she was the best thing. She made me believe that. It was me who scoffed this time. So you fell in love too? Both you and Blake? I questioned. We both did. And even though I'd like to think it was a hilarious joke, Denver said it with the straightest of faces. I was sure it was love. That she was who I wanted. We spent days and days together after that, hiding from Blake at first because I knew he loved her too. But when he finally found out, he was so furious we got into this big fight. It was the first time Blake and I fought like that. Maybe over the television remote or over who gets the most surreal, but the fight that day, it was different. Like something had overcome us, Denver added. Looking back now, I realize it was all her, he laughed. Everything from the onset, singing in the forest, our supposed chance encounter, It was orchestrated by the witch herself, Aurora Denver continued. And you knew when? I asked him. I knew. I had my doubts after catching her in so many compromising situations. But I didn't actually know until I found out the witch's plan. By then, they'd infiltrated the packs, every single one of them. Just like Aurora forced herself into our lives, there were many other hers as well, roaming in Oakland. Witches who had come back. I thought I was in love, Eliana. For most of it now, I'm not even sure how much of it was real. Aurora played us, and then she betrayed us. That betrayal was what killed my mother, Denver said. She met her? I asked, softly. She met everyone, and it was not just because of me alone. Blake, too, we might have fallen apart after the fight, but he was relentless in his pursuit. He wanted Aurora for himself, but she was playing us both. Like puppets to a string, she was telling us different things and that she both loved us. My mother was very skeptical. She couldn't believe Blake and I would fight over a girl, so she thought Aurora was bad news. And I should have listened to her. Man, I should have listened, but all I wanted was for the both of them to get along. That's all I wanted for that day. Aurora had invited my mom to the temple that night, and she didn't want to go, but I made her to. I told her how much it mattered to me that she liked the person I was in love with. I sent her to her death. Denver's voice cracked, and tears were streaming down his face. I reached for his hands before squeezing it softly. No, Denver. It wasn't your fault. For all we know, it may have been Aurora who compelled you. He shook his head. Your grandpa was also invited by someone. By a witch. Every werewolf in that building when it came down was there because of a witch. That was the plan. That during the distraction of the war, they would sneak back into Oakland for their revenge. And starting from every pack leader's home, they'd take one soul with them. Denver explained. And my mother paid the price. My grandpa, he was religious. It wasn't the first time he'd been in a temple, Eliana, but Denver called. It was a setup. The witches started that fire and sealed the doors with magic until the whole building came down. They murdered us, in cold blood. Denver shook his head. And Aurora told me that day. She told me everything. But it was too late. I was the first to get to the temple when the building was burning, and I remember my whole world just crashing in. That was the day I lost my mother, and you lost your grandpa and the score of other werewolves. I cowered my head, with a sting in the depths of my heart. My grandpa couldn't have died because of a witch. Except there was someone else. He was seeing Nana at that time. I wasn't sure she knew the truth. This couldn't be the truth. And Aurora, what happened to her after? To the both of you, she said. She told me everything but that she wasn't sorry. They werewolves had ruined her family years ago, and this was a carefully planned revenge. But then, she told me that somewhere in the midst of everything, that she loved me, and I loved her too. That we could have been something. But she killed your mother? There was a crack in my voice. Aurora was sick and twisted. She was manipulative and evil. Her endearing and angelic persona was only a front for the monster she really was, and we fell for it. I fell for it. I don't think I ever forgave myself for that day. My mother died because of me, because of love. My father was distraught. Everyone was, and a chunk of him changed that day. A chunk of me too, because I swore to never fall for another person again. Love only existed for betrayal. The one that can't happen without the other, I told myself. Denver said, and a tear welled up in my eyes. This was the why, wasn't it? The why I was treated the way I was. It wasn't never me. It was Aurora, and all the hurt and heartbreak and betrayal. The trauma he still carried from her. You're not incapable of love, Denver. It wasn't love with Aurora, I whispered. It was manipulation, well. I just refused to put myself in a position where I can be manipulated, he replied. That's why my guards went up, and I became so cold and stoic. I had to be, especially for my father and for Blake. His voice went low. Blake? I muttered. What happened to him when he found out the truth? I asked. Blake? Denver paused, shaking his head. Well, he never believed because he never heard from Aurora herself. He was still convinced that he loved her. He still is, still? I echoed. Denver nodded. And he never forgave me for taking her away from him. He was convinced I was still doing everything in my power to keep them apart, up until she died, which was not long after. The werewolves took their revenge back on the witches, and unfortunately, Aurora was massacred. He's been angry at me ever since, Denver said. He's been angry at the whole world, and suddenly, it made a lot of sense why he was the way he was. Denver had only just explained, and then he pulled away from my hands after being intertwined for so long. Wiping his tears, he cleared his throat. There, he sniffled. That's the whole story I promised to tell you. Do you now believe that I trust you? That what happened 6 years ago wasn't because of you, Eliana? He darted his eyes to me. If anything, you caught me by surprise when I rescued you that night. And I started to feel these things I told myself I never would. I had to make it stop. Rejecting you hurt me, Eliana. It hurt me even more, he whispered. I looked at him, and a tear dropped down my cheek. You didn't have to. I shook my head. That one betrayed you so much. Doesn't mean the whole world would. It didn't mean that I would, I replied. It wasn't a chance I was willing to take, he muttered, and it hurt my throat to say what I did next. Still, I whispered, and Denver let his gaze fall back on me. For a moment, it was hard to read what he was thinking. That was before he said still, and the realization hit me like a storm. You have to understand. I'm an alpha now. There are so many lives and so many risks. I can't ever let that happen again. I can't, Eliana, and I stood with my eyes welled up with tears. Why did it hurt me so much when I was sure I felt nothing for Denver? Or was that a lie? Was it denial? Did I still feel something for him? Eliana, he called, roping my hands back. I stopped in my tracks to look back at him. You may have told me this, Denver, but it doesn't mean you trust me still. Because if you did, you wouldn't be worried about me betraying you like Aurora did. I gritted through my teeth. But it's okay. This is just an arrangement, isn't it? I wiped the tears on my cheeks as I pushed a hard lump down my throat. One more thing. I looked back again, sure as hell now about where I stood at that moment. Because I didn't need someone that wasn't sure. Elijah didn't need a father that was too afraid to love him. I didn't tell you about my kid because I didn't want to complicate things, and I didn't think it was your business, I said, freeing myself from his hands. Eliana, don't be like this. I stepped in front of the door, leaving it open for him. I should get some sleep, Denver. I looked down. His approaching footsteps reverberated in my heart until he walked out of the door, and when he did, I leaned against it, dropping to the ground in tears. I buried my face in my hands, crying silently because it was a lie. It was all a lie. I still loved Denver, and deep down, I feared I always would. Eliana. I had voices coming from the basement even before I pushed open the door. It was the next morning, so my guess was that Carice was finally awake. And while my Nana tendered to Elijah, I climbed down into the basement. Unlike the upstairs, there were no windows here, so it was quite dark, besides the candlelight that flickered in the corner of the room. What are you doing? His voice reverberated the walls as I thrusted myself forward. Denver, I called unto him. He threw a look over his shoulders. You're awake, he noted. You said we were going to take it easy on her. We've already established the fact that Carice was compelled to come down here. We have to get her to trust us. I whispered beneath my breath, hearing her groans and grunts coming from behind. Screw trust, Denver cussed, tearing himself closer to where Carice was. She stood in the center of the basement, but her arms were tied to each wall on the opposite side. Her bruised face fell to the ground on which her feet nearly grazed. She was hanging by her arms. I knew because of Denver's past with witches that he wasn't going to take it easy on Carice, but this was merciless. I already told you all I know, Carice whispered. Which is that you don't know anything. Well, what am I supposed to do with that? Denver raised his voice, a stick clenched in his hands. Ha! He yelled, threatening to hit her again. I swear, Carice cried out. Denver! I did too. Enough. I lunged myself between the two of them, resting my hand against his chest, and I pushed him backwards. Do you really want to kill her? What? Is that the plan? I muttered. I don't care for her trust. I'll get the truth out of her by any means necessary. If you're on her side so much, why don't you tell her yourself to come clean? He didn't even lower his voice, and Denver went ahead to dart a cold glare in her direction. And as soon as he scoffed, Carice started to mutter something. It sounded like an incantation when I looked back at her, and I was right because all of a sudden the walls began to rumble. What's happening? I turned back to Denver. Carice increased her voice as her pupils dilated and her eyes turned black. She's trying to free herself, propelling himself forward to snatch the stick. Denver hit Carice. Her face turned to the ground as she spat out blood. When she stopped speaking, the rumbling stopped. What's going on? Nana came down the stairs, hearing the minute-long chaos. Carice lifted her head with a bleeding wound running along her temples, and her eyes fell on me. She tried to cast a spell that'll free her. Denver turned to my grandma. Little did she know that I was already a step ahead. The one thing I'd never do again is underestimate another witch. What did you do? Carice asked. I fed you with my blood while you were unconscious. Not so much that it'll kill you, but just about enough to keep you alive until I get what I want. Denver hissed. Carice cried. But werewolf blood is poison to witches? I'm glad you're aware there's a ticking clock on your life. Because each second you waste, my blood is going to travel more and more into your body until it reaches your heart and you die a slow, painful death. You're already so weak so you could stop trying to use your powers because it won't work as long as you have my blood in your system. So, Carice, this is your last option. If you don't want to die, I highly recommend that you start by telling me what exactly the witches want by coming back to Oakland, Denver, inched closer to her. I don't know. The last time, it was revenge. I know it's never something good, so how about you skip the lies and just come clean? Denver paused. Maybe then I can decide to spare your life. Denver, I called him, and he looked at me. Can you just give me a moment with her? I asked. Reluctantly, he did pull away, but not without handing me the stick. Carice flinched when I walked up to her. Relax, I whispered. I'm not going to hurt you, Carice. I know this has nothing to do with you and that you were compelled to come to me or something. You shouted at me that day that I should help you. So allow me to help you, Carice. She lifted her eyes, and they met mine. Just tell me the truth. Whatever you're running from, I'm sure we'll be able to protect you. You don't have to die now for nothing, I said. You don't understand, Carice interrupted. Even if I tell you the truth, I'm still going to die anyway, her voice cracked. Because it means me betraying my people. And if she finds out, I echoed. Carice shook her head. Who's she, Carice? I asked. I can't. I doubt she'll say anything. Nana crept forward from behind. Loyalty is everything to the witches. They'd die before betraying themselves. I looked back at her, wondering how she knew all of this. Wondering if she knew about Grandpa too, and the Great Fire. I still hadn't told her. I didn't want her world to come crashing down like mine did. I'd rather she remembered Grandpa's death as an accident, rather a revenge plot. Then, I looked back at Carrie's. Her eyes were fixated on my Nana for a moment. You, she muttered. An arch came between my eyes as I looked back at my grandma, who in turn looked back. I know you, Carrie said, almost out of breath from her lips. The blood is already nearing her heart. Denver stepped forward. What happens then? I asked him. Her heart rate would slowly drop. Her mind would be a blur. She may even start hallucinating like now. She'll lose consciousness of her surrounding. But even then, she would still be alive. Her eyes would still be open. Her heart would still be beating, once a minute. She'll be both dead and alive. Now, I could spare her with a bite, and only then would she get herself. Or I could let her die a slow, painful death. And it really comes down to her. He folded his arms. My heart was throbbing in my chest, but Denver felt nothing. Absolutely nothing in his eyes. You could tell he hated the witches more than anything, and I couldn't even blame him, but I didn't want Kari's to die. Not today. I'll do it, Nana's voice echoed through the room. What? I turned to her. Allow me a moment to speak to her. Maybe I'll be able to convince her to change her mind. I know one too many things about dying a slow death, and it's no fun. Let me tell you, Nana's voice was fragile, with a crack inside of it. She inched forward while Denver and I went backwards. You really think this would work? I looked at him. His arms were still folded as we stared at my grandma. Her voice was inaudible, but she was speaking to Carrie's. For about 5 whole minutes, she didn't back away, and I only started to wonder what could possibly change the witch's mind. Whether she was even going to. But then again, I was wrong to have ever underestimated my grandma, because when she pulled away, her lips curled into a proud smile. What? My eyes widened. She'll tell you everything. But you must first save her. Nana turned to Denver, who furrowed his brows. That's not possible, he replied. Look, she can barely talk right now, and even with the bite, it would still take her some time to get herself. She won't be able to run away, Grandma said. And we can trust her? I asked. You can trust me, she squeezed my hands. You have my word, and it was as though Denver left me to make the final decision. I looked at him, giving a slight nod. I really didn't want Carice to die, and so he inched forward to her, grasping her shoulders and about to sink his teeth into her neck. One more thing, Nana said. We must protect her once she comes clean, because the others will come. I sealed with my lips, with a hard lump going down my throat. Denver's eyes glimmered in red as he growled. He faced with Carice before crunching into her neck. Now, because of his diet and self-control, he was able to tear himself away within a second. He left her, wiping her blood from his lips, while color immediately filled her face again. Nana helped with the chains and brought her weak body to rest upon the ground. Carice laid there for a second, her hair drenched with tears, sweat, and blood. And when she looked at me, she nodded softly. I still wondered how my grandma was able to convince her to say the truth. Now, tell us what's really going on. It took a moment for Denver to come back, and by that time, Carice was already so much better. She was able to sit up with her hands between her legs. Tell us what you really want. Denver pulled out a chair in front of her, and her eyes meekly danced around the room until they fell on me. It's not a what, Carice paused. It's a who. An arch came between my brows. I already told you the witches want you, Eliana, she continued. Yes, but why? My voice broke. I only know so much. At the end of the day, it was Alindra's plan. She was the one who brought us back here, Carice said, and Denver cleared his throat. Alindra? Who is that? She's the Queen of Darkness, the head witch, and the most powerful of us all. She's dedicated her whole life to finding a way to break the curse of darkness imposed on us by the werewolves centuries ago. I looked to Denver in confusion. But he wasn't confused. "What curse?" I asked. "We weren't just displaced when the werewolves attacked. They also put a curse on us that banished the witches to the dark world." "Why do you think we wanted revenge so much? You thought it was only because we had to move?" Carice chuckled. "The werewolves. All of you hurt us first. The curse has lasted through generations since then. We're accustomed to pain, death, and loss, and every dark thing ever since then. We've been hunted down, and so many of us have been killed only because we exist. Only because of the curse." Carice pressed her lips together. "But Elindra, she has found a way to break it, and that's why we're here, in Oakland. And how do you break the curse?" It was Nana who asked. "That I do not know," Carice confessed. "The only person that does is Elindra. She's the one who sent me here, and she sent me to kill you, Eliana." I clutched my chest as my heart dropped. Color rinsed from my face as I stared at her with a dawning expression. "But why me?" I whispered. "Because you may not know it yet, but you're special." "I'm a werewolf," I replied. But Carice shook her head. "You're a special kind of werewolf, and to break the curse, Elindra needs your blood," Carice said. My lips fell wide open as I stepped backwards. Carice sat up, and her lips started to twitch. Denver stood. "My blood?" I echoed. "Her eyes," I yelled. "They're turning black again." A bolt of panic flashed across my face. "You must be sacrificed. You must be sacrificed." Carice started to chant, but it no longer sounded like her. "You must be sacrificed." Her hands met the ground as she took a stance, ready to leap in my direction. I pressed my back against the wall with fear in my eyes. "You must be sacri." Carice lunged herself in my direction, but Denver was quick enough to come between us. He struck her with the stick, which went through her chest and out her back. Then Carice came crashing to the floor. I exclaimed, clutching my lips as tears welled up in my eyes. Her skin turned pale as she died at that moment. "Are you okay?" Denver turned to me. And for someone who was just almost killed, I was not okay. Eliana. I sat on the living room chair, still reeling in the aftermath of everything that had just happened before me. It was hard to not get shaken up, and even harder to watch Denver wrap Carice's pale, lifeless body up into a bag. He dragged it up the basement and across the room until he got outside. A tear dropped down my cheek when my Nana inched closer to me. I didn't want her to die. There was a crack in my voice and a nod which she gave back to me. "I know," Nana whispered. She didn't have to. Her only offense was being compelled. "She was trying to kill you," my grandma seared through her lips. Denver had said exactly those words to me. He even had to scream it into my ears repeatedly for it to register in my brain. That, and the whole curse thing, was just a lot to unpack. It was either you or her. Denver had fastened his grip around my wrist. I remember how I quivered earlier, letting my eyes on Carice's body across the cold basement floor with a stick that went into her back and through her chest. Her skin had almost immediately withered, turning into an ash-gray color. He had closed her eyelids because her eyes turned black too. It was like her blood immediately dried upon her death, like every supernatural. And of course I chose you without regret. I'd do it over again if I had to. I wasn't kidding when I said I was going to protect you. But who's going to protect people like her? My voice had cracked. "It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate," my Nana repeated in the present moment. Her hands fell to my shoulders, squeezing them tightly. "It's unfortunate that things happened the way they did. But Carice tried to kill her. She was never going to stop until she had killed you," she added. "And she was going to die anyway. If not now, then Elindra was going to finish up the job." That name sent a chill up my spine. Elindra, the mother of all witches, the one who sought my blood herself for the ritual, the one who wanted me sacrificed. I gulped a hard lump down my throat as my Nana pulled away. Alindra already stomped her death certificate the moment she was compelled. That's what's unfair, she continued. My lashes fluttered for a moment. Don't you think she would be able to feel that Carries is dead? That we killed her? Fear crept into my eyes. Oh, she will, Nana replied with certainty. I could tell she was just as shaken up. She was only way better at hiding it. Denver walked in through the door after only God knew where he disposed off the body. She will? I echoed. Of course, Alindra would have known by now. He grunted. She should think of it as a little present or a warning, whichever one she pleases. But there is no way in this world where I let the witches again, he added. Denver, you're only starting a war, I replied, and he shrugged. Didn't you hear what Carrie said? They started the war the moment a bounty was placed on your head. And I don't mind killing all of them, just like I killed Carries. I looked up at him with disbelief in my eyes. Do you not understand, Eliana? She raised his voice. Why don't you stop looking at me like I'm the monster, when I clearly wanted to save her too? He paused. I'm sorry for the way she died, but I'm not sorry for protecting you. And before Alindra sends another witch my way, she would think twice. Denver pressed his lips together. I fell quiet. Oh, Alindra won't send another witch. It was my Nana who interrupted. She just might come herself. Both our eyes fell back on her. From what we know, which is that she's beyond desperate to destroy the curse, we can only expect her to act that way too. Why do you know so much about these things? I softly asked Nana, and she scoffed lightly from her lips. Because I've been around for so long, my child. So you've met Alindra? Denver asked. Nana folded her arms across her chest with her lips sealed into each other, and a hard lump slipping down her throat. All I can say is that she's not someone to mess with. She'll fight tooth and nail and to death to get whatever she wants, Nama replied. Denver and I both exchanged glances. Then it'll be me who finally stood her, he gritted through his teeth. You're going to have to be a lot stronger than that. He walked towards the door where he came to a halt, but his eyes never left me. Because there's going to be a lot more bloodshed as soon as he closed the door. It shook a little bit. But it was the dawning reminder that I needed. I wasn't in Tombsdale anymore. I was in Oakland where things like these were normal. And apparently, balls too. Wow. Someone walked in Honestly, I was just glad to see someone else. While I stood up from the chair, it didn't take him so long to sense that something was off. Looks like everyone had a rough night, huh? He teased. Well, for me, I was just told that I needed to be sacrificed for a century-long curse to be lifted and bonus. We just also killed a witch. I could have told him, but even after an hour, there was still so much to unpack. My grandma nodded at him in her wheelchair, and Ivan blew raspberry from his lips. He first went to her to dish out her morning medications, but I could sense even before he said anything else that something was off with him too. Well, I'd hate to be the bearer of even more bad news, he hissed. Oh, not again. What had Jackson done this time? It's about your stepbrother, Ivan added, and I wasn't wrong to have thought about him first. I felt my shoulders drop and my stomach too. He had been playing it safe since he found out I was back by keeping away, and planning whatever he had up his sleeves silently. I'm sure safe wasn't the right word, because silence from someone like Jackson was never a blessing. It was never a relief. In fact, it meant the exact opposite. Danger. Threat. I folded my arms, giving the floor to Ivan. There's the ball tonight, he started. I had almost forgotten that it was October, which meant about 2 parties here in Oakland, one of which was the infamous masquerade ball to celebrate Halloween, the one night in a year when we supernaturals could truly be ourselves. It was always fun when I was a kid. Not because I went out or anything, but because everyone did, which meant I had the entire pack house to myself. I'd never been to one of these things, but I sensed that tonight was probably going to be my first night. The masquerade ball, Nana echoed. Ivan nodded. I wish that was all. Jackson is planning something that when everyone goes out for the party, your father will be taken away from the pack chambers. I arched my brows in shock. But that's his home? He's also planning to announce himself as Alpha to the rest of the pack tonight. My heart dropped. But Dad isn't dead yet? I yelled. We've been giving him the serum for a while now, and he's showing progress. He can't do this. Jackson can't do this, I stuttered. He can. It's pack tradition that one can't announce the title until its predecessor is gone. I gritted through my teeth, and Ivan folded his arms. Why exactly do you think he's trying to get rid of your father? Ivan asked. By kidnapping him? I turned to my grandmother. That's simply unacceptable. He's trying to do exactly what he did with me. By putting your dad away, the rest of the pack would be convinced of his death, and then nothing would stop Jackson anymore. Nana continued, and for a moment, there was a piercing sound that rang through my ears. Eliana, Ivan reached for my hands. I forced myself back to reality. But, can stop him. You and Denver can stop him tonight. There's never been a more right time to challenge him for Alpha. That way, he would know that you're mated. The whole pack would know too that you are back here. The thought forced my heart into my throat. And what about my dad? I softly asked. We'll have to find a way to get him out of there. It's no longer safe. The moment we lose him, that's it, Nana replied. And our eyes met when I turned back at her. What are you suggesting? I asked. We get to him before they do, and we take him, Ivan answered. We're kidnapping him too? It's for his own safety. I can handle that. There's not going to be that many people there anyway, he shrugged. And what about your safety? I questioned Ivan. His lips lined in a smirk. It's not just about me anymore. When I eavesdropped and heard Jackson's plans for when he becomes Alpha, I realized that we're all in danger. It's about every single one of our pack members. If I don't stand now for what is right, there won't be anything left of Bloodhound once this is over. Ivan's speech jerked a few tears into my eyes. Nervousness crept into my heart as I quivered my hands. Are you sure this could work, Denver and I, tonight? I breathed out. You're waging a war as his opposition. Of course it won't be easy, but one thing I know. Ivan inched closer to me. It's that the entire pack would be behind you no matter what. We've seen that Jackson and his whole family are evil. Your father has too, and I know it sounds ironic. But you're the only one who can save us now, Eliana, Ivan said. The pressure thrusted through my veins, and I swallowed a lump down my throat. He's not wasting any more time. He wants to act now, so we must act faster, Ivan added. What's going on? Denver's voice echoed from the door, and all our eyes darted to him in an instant. His arms fell beside him as an arch came between his brows. There was a sudden charge of courage inside of me as I kicked my feet forward. Let's go over the plan again, shall we? I turned to Ivan, and with a smirk still across his lips, he nodded. And so we went over the plan again, and Denver wasn't even hesitant to finally take on Jackson. This was the moment we'd been waiting for tonight. Jackson may have thought he was being sneaky, planning in the secret, but now that we knew what was up his sleeves, it was an advantage. I never said it was going to be an easy fight, because then again, the biggest mistake one can ever make is underestimating that son of a bitch. Fine. Let's do it, Denver nodded, clenching his teeth. We circled one another, exchanging callous glares. Let's do it, I echoed. Tonight is the night we finally change everything, Ivan concluded. Eliana. I looked at my reflection in the mirror as I combed through my hair, and it was then I heard a knock on my door. I didn't have to turn around to see my grandmother come in. She folded her arms across her chest, and her eyes bore enough worry for the both of us. It was an hour to midnight now. Denver and I should have already been on our way. I realized that I got up. It was hard to move my legs inside of deep blue, resplendent ball gown Nana had given me. She said it belonged to my mother. No wonder her eyes grew moist when I finally turned back to her. You look just like her. There was a crack in her voice. I faced the mirror again, the corner of my lips curling into a faint smile. My hands soothed the corset that hugged around my torso tightly. The gown was elegant and meticulously crafted, and I was surprised it was even my size in the first place. But it was perfect, especially for tonight, and the comfort from my grandma's words seemed to be all I needed at that moment. "Don't take that off," she whispered, watching my hands trail up to the necklace. "I'm serious. Whatever happens tonight, make sure you don't take it off." Her voice all of a sudden went deep. I threw a look over my shoulders. "Does it really protect me?" I asked. "Of course," Nana replied. And the whole finding out about witches thing had put some things in perspective. "Is the pendant guarded by some sort of spell?" I asked her. Nana's lips fell agape. And what did Carrie's even mean, that I was a special kind of werewolf? I ran my hands through my hair. Probably the worst moment to have an existential crisis, but I couldn't help it. "Eliana," she called softly. I ended up shaking my head. Whether it was the tension that finally got to me, or it was this feeling that was constantly creeping up on me, that my grandma was hiding something. Ever since Denver told me the truth about the Great Fire, I knew I said I wasn't going to tell her because I wanted to protect her. But what if all this time she knew? It was she who didn't want to tell me because she wanted to protect me. It was something my grandmother could do. But then again, there was always this one missing puzzle piece that didn't make everything come together. Why me? Why did the witches want my blood? I questioned my grandma, holding firm around the hemming of my dress. Why not any of the other werewolves to suffice for the sacrifice? And I'm not saying this to be selfish. I'm asking because I genuinely want to know, I said. I'm an Omega for God's sake, and I only just saw my wolf. I'm not like everybody else, so why me? My voice broke. Why did she look me in the eyes and tell me that I was special? Nana cowered her head, and it was me who inched towards her. I leaned forward to clench her hands. You see, the only other person who's called me that, Nana. So if there's anything I should know, you would tell me, right? My eyes welled up with tears, and so did hers. Right? I echoed. A hard lump slipped down her throat, and she just stared at me for a minute. Eliana, the witches won't harm you. I'll make sure of that. She finally replied, and a light scoff escaped my lips. As soon as Denver and Ivan walked into the house, I let go of her hands. But with my gaze still upon her, I shook my head. That wasn't what I asked, I said. Maybe it was then that I finally realized that my grandma was definitely hiding something from me. Are you ready? Denver asked, his eyes going back and forth between his watch and me. It took me a moment to wipe my tears, but then I nodded. I am with my dress in one hand. I sauntered towards him. Just make sure you wear the necklace, Eliana, and be safe out there as soon as I walked out of the door. I closed it to my grandma's voice. I kicked my feet angrily as I made my way down the front porch. What's wrong, Eliana? Denver paced behind me as I clenched my teeth together. I ripped the necklace from around my neck. If anything was going to happen to me, let it. But I would figure out what exactly Nana was hiding first. I wasn't a child anymore. And if I was something else, then I had every right to know. Eliana, Denver summoned me by grasping my hands back. When I came to a halt, the wind swept through my hair. I looked into his green eyes. Tonight won't be easy, so if you think you're not up for it, then it's not too late to turn back around. We can always find another way, he said. I just need to know that you're okay. That you can keep it together. He gritted through his teeth, and I nodded. Going back wasn't an option. Not now. I said I'm fine. Let's go. I freed myself from his clasp, holding around my flowing dress as I climbed into the car door, which Ivan held open. He closed it, and there was silence for a moment. I heaved in a deep breath as I looked at the necklace in my hand before stuffing it into my pocket. And the decision to do so would be one I would regret for a long time to come. I knew that night wasn't going to be easy, but still, nothing could have prepared me for how it was going to end. Let's go. Ivan climbed into the back and Denver into the driver's seat. Before he ignited the engines, our eyes met for one long, callous glare, and then he pulled away. I cupped my chin to face the ground. The one thing I looked forward to was seeing Elijah in the morning when all of this was over, but little did I know that wasn't going to happen. Eliana. The moment we pulled over was when the clock struck 12. I stepped out, but not without my glittery black mask over my eyes. And it was at that moment that the wind breezed into me the reality of tonight. I turned to Denver, whose charcoal black mask fitted perfectly over the bridge of his nose, and Ivan went with a gray color. We assembled amid the whole pack, their 100 bodies the perfect camouflage. "Are you ready to do this?" Ivan asked. I leaned forward because I could barely even hear him. "Are you ready to do this?" he said, louder. "I should be asking you that," I replied him. From here, we were supposed to split. The plan was for Denver and I to stay together up until it was time for Jackson to make his announcement before we took on him, while Ivan was supposed to head up to the chamber to get my dad when everyone else had come down. He was supposed to get him, take him to the car and drive him back to the cabin before bringing the car back. Denver and I ought to have been done by then. And what happens next? "You just drive back home?" Ivan asked, once we recounted the plan for the umpteenth time. "If Jackson dares to stand in the way, make no mistake, I won't waste a second to rip out his throat," Denver replied. But Ivan shook his head. "No, this is about Jackson. You can't just challenge for Alpha and then disappear," he explained. "I mean, the people are going to be hit by a shockwave when they hear that Eliana is back alone." "He has a point," I muttered. Denver could see it too. But then suddenly, the people faced a different direction, heading to the left like a swarm of bees all together. "What's going on?" Ivan was able to grasp someone's attention when Denver walked up to me. "Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Let's just focus on this first," he assured, and I nodded my head. "There's been a change of plans." Ivan summoned both our attentions back to him. "They're having the ball south of the pack house." "What does that mean?" Denver asked. "It's a larger venue, closer to the woods. Probably more suitable for what Jackson has planned, and the further everyone is away from here, the easier it is for him to kidnap my father. I put the pieces together. That means whatever he's planning for tonight. It's happening soon," Denver added as we exchanged glares amongst ourselves. "Hand me the key. Everyone's already out of the chamber." Ivan collected the car keys from Denver. "I'll text you when I've got him. And if anything happens on your end too, you text me." Ivan looked at me and I nodded. "We must go now. The best way to get in is with the crowd." Denver's hand fell into mine as he grasped me in the direction everyone was facing. But Ivan went the opposite way. I did dart one last look back at him and he nodded. "Stay safe," he mouthed, and it hit me how Ivan was the bravest of all of us. Not only was he risking his life for my father's, but he was the only one of the rest of them who dared to do something to stop Jackson from taking over. And that took a lot of courage. "Come on." Denver's hand clenched tighter around mine as we walked all the way until we got to the south of the pack house. Everyone whistled their way in, and I couldn't breathe until we made it inside too. The mystical air of tonight grazed against my soft skin. I let my gown fall finally as my eyes lifted to face the gilded chandeliers that cast a soft, warm glow over the hall. We were a lot, but there was still so much space, not that much to set us apart because we clung to the corner. It was much safer from that angle because the masks could only do so much. As soon as the doors closed, A loud bang reverberated through the entire room before the traditional drumming started. The air came alive with echoes and a fusion of a variety of scents. Guests in elaborate masks and elegant, colorful costumes gave the stint of mystery and enigma the night needed. The drumming waltzed into a blend of classical music as the masquerades serenaded the dance floor. They kicked their feet around the center with their velvet capes sweeping past like midnight shadows, and their silk gowns bearing the reflection of the night. The crowd's whispers filled the air with a few people chuckling. I didn't know when a smile crawled to my lips. This was so much fun, and I could only imagine how much better it was when I was a child. But I never came to one of these. Sienna never allowed me. But she'd take both Jackson and Nora. All I would hear from the windows was the music. It hit me like a storm at that moment, just how many things I'd missed out on as a child. But my mind could only wander so far. Hey, Denver touched my arms, drawing me back to reality, and when I looked at him, I followed his eyes to the center of the stage. He's here. Both our eyes fall on Jackson and his most proud bride in his right arm. The masquerades gave away as confetti hit the air. It should still be my father, they celebrated. Not him. Because his mask barely covered his eyes alone, I could unfortunately see the grimace across his face, and nothing riled me up more than that. I was spiteful, especially seeing Sienna behind him and knowing of his plan. Wait, I thought you said there were two, Denver muttered. Jackson and his sister? He added, and my lips parted. I pulled out my phone immediately because Nora was nowhere to be found. And if I were to take a guess, it would be that she was with my father. Shit. I should have realized there was no way they'd leave him all by himself. So the pack chambers weren't entirely empty. I knew I had to warn Ivan to be more careful, which I did. I sent him a text, but nothing. I tried calling, but still nothing. He isn't answering. A bolt of panic flashed across my eyes as I looked back at Denver. I'd be damned if that was the only complication that night, but it was the first. Welcome. His grating voice rumbled the halls and twisted my gut. To the masquerade ball this year, Jackson paused for the music and applaud to die down. As you've already seen from the grand entrance, unlike anything you've witnessed before, tonight is going to be different from all the other balls in the past, he croaked, clenching his hands around the mic, and people started whispering to themselves. What was it? What was it? Whether out of fear or genuine curiosity, or some filled with both, they looked up at Jackson. But we'll have to wait for time. I assure you it's not far off anymore, Jackson concluded before dropping the mic, and he waltzed down the stage. Denver jerked forward almost immediately. I must go back. What? I grasped his hands. Jackson is headed to the chamber now. I must get there before him and warn Ivan. We should have known it wasn't going to be easy for him to do it on his own, Denver hissed. I'm coming with you. If we're fast enough, we would make it back in time for his announcement. No, Denver said flatly. You stay here. It's safer here. Make sure you mix in with everyone else, he continued. No, Denver. I'm not letting you do this by yourself. What happened to sticking together? I questioned him, but he squeezed my hands. Well, I'm not letting you put your life in danger anymore. Just stay here, Eliana, and don't make this harder than it already is, he whispered. My shoulders crumbled. I'll be back. He placed a kiss on my forehead before leaving my hands. I promise, he mouthed, and headed towards the door. It wasn't long until he disappeared. As the drumming started again, I could feel it in my pounding chest. Maybe this was a bad idea. The anxiety set in as my hands went cold, and I forced myself to breathe out my lips. Jackson was gone as well, and Sienna was nowhere to be found. I pulled out my phone again to dial Ivan. Shit, it kept taking me straight to voicemail. And as if I wasn't already worried about him, I was now worried about Denver too. Please don't let anything happen to them, I prayed to the goddess in my mind. But most of all, My eyes darted to the bar. I needed a drink. At least to keep me from losing my mind. One velvet noir. I rested my arms on the table, and the bartender's eyes gleamed through the holes in his mask. With or without cream? He asked. Just. I shook my head. Having vodka with cream was the least of my worries at that moment. Anything, I muttered. He poured the glass in front of me, and I downed it in a gulp. He poured another, but, just as I was about to take it, I felt a liquid pour over my dress. Oh my God, I exclaimed. The little drink that spilled on my hand stung, leaving a mark on my skin. I'm so sorry, the lady instantly reached to me. I'm just very clumsy. Now I feel so terrible, she whispered with an accent that wasn't native to Oakland. That was the first I noted, but then again, maybe it really was an accident, and this was just the spell of the continued bad day. It's okay seeing her moist eyes. I just shook my head. I don't want to drag it on any further, I muttered. That's really kind of you. The lady inched closer to me until she was just a few inches from my face. It's dangerous being that kind in today's world. You must be careful, she said flatly before brushing past my shoulders. I arched my brows, but when I looked back, she had vanished into thin air. What the fuck was that? Shit. I looked down at my wet dress, and then to the bruise on my skin, which was burned by whatever was in the cup. You've been marked. A wistful voice suddenly breezed into my ears, and I looked over my shoulder, but no one was there. You've been marked. The faint voice kept repeating that. I was forced to clamp both my ears, but I could still hear it. Arr. I was losing my mind. I arose from the bar, knocking over my drink as I just desperately wanted to get out of there. I lunged myself through the 100 gliding shoulders in my way as my world began to blur. You've been marked. You've been marked. Enough, I whispered, thrusting myself forward, but my limbs suddenly felt heavy and sweat formed along the lines of my brows. There was a throbbing sensation in my head. I just needed some air, but the door seemed miles away. I clawed and pushed myself even further, but that was before I bumped into someone. Enough. I had it up there with the voices in my head. Are you okay? A hand then rested upon my shoulders, and when I turned around, I met the shock of my life. Well, I'll be damned, she gritted through her teeth as I straightened my back. My mask was lopsided from all the running, so no doubt she was able to recognize me. Her, on the other hand, had a head of hair that was very distinguishable and eyes that glinted maliciously from a distance. It felt like déjà vu suddenly. All those times she would tower above me and beat me without mercy. Now, so many years later, here we were. Just us, her without her devil of a son, and me without Denver. I knew I scented you, Sienna muttered. And if I was able to, then I'm sure my son would have too. What are you doing here, Eliana? She asked. I thought we were already clear the last time we stopped by. I cleared my throat once the voices stopped. It was a lot better, but it took even more to look my stepmother in the eyes at that moment. Don't think for 1 second that can try to stop what's going to happen tonight, she gritted through her teeth. What part of it? I asked, and Sienna chuckled darkly. I know where you stand, Eliana. And I know you would die before you let my son become alpha. She paused. Then you are correct. I looked her dead in the eyes as she walked closer. Then listen to me and listen to me good. If you don't stop whatever it is that you're planning to do, there's a 75% chance that tonight is when you will die. Sienna threatened to kill me. A chill went down my spine, but I knew more than well to not show any weakness. I'm not 11 anymore, and you don't have to be the woman my father married just to get over his grief anymore. Let's just put that behind us, because surely you won't be stupid enough to kill me in a hall full of people. Now, will you, Sienna? I inched closer to her with a perched brow. Denver was right. I was safer here, and it was to an advantage. I thought so too, I responded to her silence. Because just like me, I know you'd die before you let the whole world find out what kind of monsters you and your son are. But it all ends tonight. Everything I said. Everybody will know everything. And as both of us stood face to face with each other, I never knew the day would come when I would read my stepmother for filth, and I scented weakness on her. If we play our cards right, then the battle might as well be won tonight. Eliana. More than an hour had passed since I last heard from both Denver and Ivan, and it's safe to say that my anxiety had peaked the moment when I dialed his number, only to be sent straight to voicemail. The ball had been going on non-stop, and so did the music and the dancing. With every second that passed, the people had started to get more and more bored. They'd retired to the bar in sections. The only reason they stayed was because of Jackson's orders and his supposed announcement. Jackson, who we hadn't even seen since the beginning. But while I may have lost sight of him, there was Sienna at the corner of the room, who was gawking at me since we ran into each other. She may not have been able to do something with this many people around, but she decided to not take her eyes off me as well. Through the night, she said. She had kept her words up till now. It was a good thing I'd like her to be there when I finally confronted Jackson. To see the expressions across both their faces would be priceless. But my one fear was for the night to go south. I pulled out my phone again to dial Denver one more time, and I was sent straight to voicemail again. I could feel my heart thump in my chest. It wasn't until the third time that he finally picked up. Denver. I heaved a sigh of relief as I excused myself to the corner of the ballroom. But it is hard to hear him beneath the static echoes over his voice. Hello, I repeated, covering my other ear. Eliana, the line broke. Denver? I called. We got him, he exclaimed. Ivan is okay. I heaved a deep breath from my lips. So where are you? And where is Jackson? I asked. It isn't Jackson. What? I asked. Nora is here, and I'm trying to get out. Beneath his voice was not only a growl, but a loud thud of things falling apart. And then the phone fell too. Eliana. I heard him, but only from a distance. Denver, I whispered, my heart lumping into my throat. And as soon as the line cut, I clenched my jaw tightly. My first instinct was to aim for the door, but Sienna caught me before I could go anywhere. I looked back at her and then at where she held my hands. Where do you think you're going? She gritted. Out of here. I broke free from her clasp, and there was a glint in her eyes. There's no way in hell I'm letting you leave, especially after how badly you've spoken down on me, Eliana. Have you forgotten I'm your stepmother? She asked. A soft chuckle left my lips. Good thing we're not related by blood, I said. My father may have married you, but don't make the mistake of thinking you mean something to me. I shook my head before turning to the door. He won't let you out. Her voice forced me to stop in my tracks, and I looked up at the door. In front of the entrance was a hefty tall man, masked everywhere but his ferocious eyes. He looked like if I took even a step towards him, he would waste no time in devouring me. And he was ordered there by Sienna. I scoffed from my lips, looking back at her. Have you also forgotten that, because your father married me, it makes me Luna of your pack? She whispered. And may I add, the next of kin which I give to my son, Sienna said, and I shook my head. This was your whole plan this entire time, wasn't it? I asked. To waltz in here from only God knows where he picked you up from, and to betray him in a way that no one can even imagine. To disrespect my people is one thing, but to bite the hand that fed you is another, I said. There's nothing you can do, Eliana. I hate to break it to you, but Jackson's fate as Alpha of Bloodhound has already been sealed and stamped. By your father especially, who doesn't know it yet. So you might as well return to only God knows where you came from, she muttered. You know you can steal a lot of things. I inched closer to her. But one thing you can't steal is the throne. Hell, you can even call yourself an alpha all you want, but it doesn't make people instantly respect you. And how worthless is a leader of a pack who no one respects? I ask. It's ironic if you ask me, and the moment I paused, the doors were forced open. As soon as Jackson walked in, the music stopped and the dancing crowd gave away. I tore my eyes to me, and so did Sienna. The good thing was that he was alone, meaning Denver and Ivan were still in there. Nora would be an easy feat, but taking Jackson alone was not. As he made his way to the center stage, I was already preparing myself to do that. To finally face him. What is? Sienna's voice echoed in my ears, and I looked at her with a smile. That the person who's going to end you is someone who you never respected. I brushed past her shoulders, before falling quiet, like everyone else, and waiting for what Jackson had to say. For a moment, not even the sound of a pin drop could be heard, and it was Jackson who broke the silence. My apologies for keeping you all waiting, he started. There was a little hiccup in today's agenda, but I can assure you that everything is under control. For what I have to tell you, here it goes. He cleared his throat. It is with a heavy heart that I must inform you that my father, your alpha, has been declared missing. Jackson paused as whispers filled the room. My jaw dropped as I threw a look back at Sienna. She folded her arms with a grimace still across her lips. Of course she was in on it. It wasn't as if I didn't know the plan before, but seeing it being executed was the realization of just how terrible these people were. But I let him go on. Even though it was like razor to my ears, I let him lie. I let him go on. For some time now, my father's mental health has been questioned. Not only that, but his physical strength has drastically deteriorated. We all had faith and were hopeful that he would get better for the good of the pack. But it's been months now, and the doctors say there is no sign of improvement. That, in fact, it's only a matter of time before he leaves us. The sight of fake tears in his eyes rubbed me off the wrong way. And I wish I would have told you sooner so everyone could have rendered their goodbyes before he decided to run away. The whispers and murmurs nearly overshadowed his voice as worry set into the room on such a night. A night that was once so colorful and filled with joy was now dark and poisoned with grief. The one thing that could destroy a whole pack was telling him of the demise of their alpha. But that man wasn't just their alpha. He was also my father. And no, he wasn't missing. He didn't run away. In fact, he wasn't even sick. This was their plan all along. Let it be known to everyone that we're doing the best we can to find him. But in the meantime, and even after he may or may not be found, the long-awaited discussion has been held. I've spoken to the elders of the pack and have told them of my intention to take up the role my father left behind for me, Jackson continued. The murmurs reduced. Effective immediately, I, Jackson Jacobs, have been elected as alpha of the Bloodhound pack. He smiled as the Constitution was hefted to the stage. So were the elders who he had bought out, or simply threatened. Now, because it must be asked, he scoffed. Does anyone amongst you contend or wish to declare opposition to this decision? Jackson asked as his eyes navigated the room. The whole place fell quiet, shivering with fear. No one would dare stand up to him, and this was supposed to be the moment for Denver and I. But I looked around. The door was still closed. He wasn't here. Just me, I murmured. Just me. I'd hate to do this alone, but there was no other option. Good, Jackson croaked, but I arose, and in such a silence, even the slightest creak could draw enough attention. Actually, I do, I said. There was a crack in my voice, but it was loud enough for everyone to turn back. Once they looked at me, I took off my mask, and they gasped. It's her. It's the Alpha's daughter, the slave, the prodigal child, just an earful of the echoes I'd heard. The floor was still parted, and when I inched closer to Jackson, I could see the surprise and resentment in his eyes. I disagree, I said. What do you think you're doing? Jackson asked. I wasn't even sure, but I was close enough already. Too close to back down. I just want to tell everyone the truth, I whispered, winking at Jackson before taking a mick from the table. Where do I even begin? I scoffed. Man, do I have a lot to tell you all tonight, and the beauty of it all is that you won't be able to stop me now. Jackson. Not in front of everyone. You won't ever silence me again, my eyes fixed on his face, which was suddenly clouded with unease. I was 11 when my half-brother, Eliana Jacobs, first raped me, I muttered, and everyone gasped suddenly. Yes. I know many of you remember me. I mean, how could you all forget the one person you hated so much? But for the people that don't know me, I'm the Alpha's daughter, the first one to a woman named Susanna, his first wife and true Luna of the Bloodhound Pack. But my mother died while giving birth to me. For most of my life, I've blamed myself for taking her life and for the other days. You all have made me remember it. You've shoved it down my throat and said it so many times that even I started to believe it, to believe every single word you called me. A monster. A murderer, a cold-blooded killer. When my only crime was being a little girl, and that was the furthest from how I was treated. But I'm not here to rehash the past, neither am I here for revenge or anything. Because if it were that, then Jackson would be my revenge. I said, but I do believe in second chances. Unfortunately, I lifted my eyes to the door, hoping that Denver would walk in at that moment. But he didn't. A hard lump slipped down my throat as I held firmer to my gown. I've got this. My stepbrother, besides what you all know him as, is a monster. He's a rapist, and he's the cold-blooded killer you all made me out to be. He's also a liar because my father isn't missing tonight. He isn't even sick. Why he was like that, why he was kept away from all of you, was because Jackson and his whole family have been feeding him poison slowly each day. I felt the sting in my throat as tears welled up in my eyes. That's ridiculous. I won't stand here and allow you to make those false accusations against me. Jackson thrusted himself forward, but I remained unflinching, looking back at him. I wouldn't do anything stupid if I were you, I said. I've been quiet for much longer than I should have, I added. The whole hall was sent into chaos with murmuring left and right. But as soon as I cleared my throat, it all died down. I wish I was here to even speak my truth, but that's why I came forward tonight. You see, Jackson is all of those things. Hell, he's a million more terrible things, but the one thing he's not is an alpha. And I won't sit here. I would never sit here and let you cheat your way to the throne. The elders might have, and the people may not have the voice, but I won't. Jackson, I turned to him. He was red with fury and bloodlust in his eyes, but he knew better than to act out. You're going to get yourself killed, Sienna muttered, and I inched closer to her. At least they'll know who to hold responsible if anything happens. What is your plan here? Jackson asked, and I looked now at both mother and son. You can't become alpha too, because you're female, he scowled. I'm already alpha by birthright, being the love child of the alpha and the first and true Luna. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that, Jackson hissed, and a light scoff escaped my lips. You may be right. That alone doesn't make a contender. But it does say that with a mate. I can become alpha, either of us. Jackson chuckled. And? He gritted. We both know you're not mated to anyone. You have never even seen your wolf, which is an omega, by the way. In what world could you ever become alpha? Jackson mocked. To be loud is one thing, but to be wrong as well is truly pathetic. Not only have I seen my wolf, but I've also been mated. I pulled the collar of the dress, and seeing the bite in the neck, the whole pack gasped. The smile across his face vanished. And where is he? You can't just bite yourself and think you can walk up here with all the power, do you? Jackson grunted. This was the part where Denver and I needed to be together. But he was nowhere to be found. Where is he? Your supposed mate? I clenched my fist as the air tensed in my lungs. But just as I was about to lose all hope, there was a thud against the door. I lifted my eyes with my heart skipping a beat. God, please, let that be him. Let that be Denver. Denver. It was clear something was bothering Eliana the whole ride to Bloodhound. Occasionally, with my hands clutched to the steering wheel, I would dart my eyes in her direction, only to find her lost in her thoughts. Her eyes remained fixated outside the windows. I could tell she had been through so much, especially after finding out about Elijah. I mean, raising a kid all by yourself over the last few years could have never been an easy feat. Only to be called back home that the future of your pack rests upon your shoulders as well. If there was something I hadn't noticed when we were married, it was that Eliana was just as strong as she was a beautiful woman. One of the reasons I was attracted to her, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to stop hurting her, even though it was never intentional. Ever since the night we spent together, it has been hard not to think about her. Harder to take my hands off her as well. When I found out she had been with another man, which resulted in Elijah, my jealousy was inescapable. It had been eating me from the inside for so long. Eliana said they no longer kept in touch, but I couldn't be so sure. I mean, there was a whole human kid that would forever bind them. The thought of that forced my stomach into a knot as I looked at her again. I knew how I felt about Eliana. One might even say I loved her. But it was the first time I was feeling such emotion, and it was so hard for me to let my walls down, especially after what happened the last time. It wasn't fair comparing Aurora to Eliana because they were really so different. But the last time I thought I was in love, it cost me my mother's life and my relationship with my brother. My father never forgave me up until he died too. And the only reason I was handed the crown was because when Blake was mourning Aurora, he fled. It was in his absence that I became Alpha King. My brother never stayed. He just came and went whenever he wanted. But each time he was around, he made sure to make my life a living hell. He never forgave me for Aurora, and neither did he ever let go of the fact that I took the throne. Love was impossible with the difficulties. I had a terrific relationship with what I thought was love. Any kind of love. It made me the way I was, the ruthless, merciless alpha who was incapable of love. But that changed the second I met Eliana when I rescued her that night. But somehow, I was stupid enough to let her go. But then she came back. Call it fate or whatever it was, but she came back. Why was it so fucking hard to just tell her how I felt? Denver! She screamed my name, and I forced myself out of my head to see I was driving close to a deer. I swerved my hands, and that was the only reason I didn't run over it. Eliana looked at me, clutching her chest. Careful, man, Ivan muttered. It was injured. She threw her eyes back at the roads, and you could hear the sympathy in her voice. The compassion she has is something I could never relate to. And sometimes I wondered whether it was a curse or blessing for someone to be able to feel those things, like love. We're here, Ivan announced as I brought the car to a halt. He alighted, but only to survey how safe it was for us to come out. In the meantime, I held Eliana's hands. I was wrong for what I said to her that night. What? There was a crack in her voice and a hard lump that slipped down my throat. Elijah will be safe, right? I blurted out, feeling some connection with the boy that made me take pity on him. Maybe because I felt for his mother, too. I watched an arch ravage her brows. You'll be away the whole night. He's with my grandma. I'm sure he'll be fine. Elijah's a strong little boy, even though sometimes I wish he was just a little boy, Eliana whispered. But that isn't possible, is it? For the first time, I saw the fear in her eyes as she spoke. I pressed my lips together. What about his father? I asked. He's still in Tuscany, right? At that moment, I watched something flash in her eyes. Something I couldn't quite decipher. He does know about Elijah, right? I questioned, and Eliana pulled herself away from my hands. I arched my brows at her. He didn't. Can we just get through tonight first? Her hands reached for the door handle, but I held her shoulders. She turned only slightly for our eyes to meet. "You know I'm sorry if I've been somewhat of an asshole these past few days," I muttered. "It's just that I couldn't ever bring myself to allow something happen to you." "We'll get through this." I paused, and Eliana gazed into my eyes. There was a certain softness in the air between us, just tenderness that oozed out of her. It always found a way to get to me. "I'll make sure of that," and then she nodded. "And when all this is over, you will be reunited with Elijah tomorrow morning, and all will be well," I assured her. And she sealed her lips tight before echoing, "All will be well. All will be well." That was my mantle with every step I took, barging through the doors of the chamber. I made Eliana a promise, and I was going to show up. Right after I saved Ivan and ensured her father was safe. I'll make it in time back to the ballroom. But as my eyes fell to my watch, I realized the one thing that time wasn't on my side. "Ivan!" I called out, scurrying through the halls in search of him. I could barely scent him, but the good thing was I knew my way around here because of the last time I came with Eliana. So I knew the exact door her father was behind. I thrusted myself up the stairs, lunging forward with each step like my life depended on it. I had to save her father tonight. There was no compromise, neither was there another option. "Ivan!" I barged into her father's room, but in a split second, I was roped into the corner. "Careful," he breathed into my neck. I looked back at Ivan. "We were trying to call you," I said. "Shoo," but he placed his hand against my lips before darting my attention across the same room. "It's Nora." My eyes landed on a young lady who seemed to have heard something by how sharply she stood, but half her concentration was in the book she was reading in her hands. A book she placed down for a second. "Hello?" she called out in our direction. I remained still, holding my breath in the corner next to Ivan. Right behind her, though, was Eliana's father. "We've got to get him," I mouthed. Ivan shrugged. "Well, to get to him. We must get through her," he whispered. "Eliana's stepsister," I muttered with my fist folding up. "Denver, you can't do anything to harm her." "Hello," she called out again. "I know someone's in here." I heard the door. Her grating voice was followed by a low growl. She was inching closer and was a few steps away from our hiding spot. "Don't try me," she yelled out. The sounds of cracking bones echo in the room. I turned my eyes away from her for a second to look at Ivan, but when I turned back around, Nora had disappeared. "Where is she?" I gritted through my lips as terror filled Ivan's eyes. "Right behind you," he pointed just as she lunged at me, "a wolf." But I was quick enough to crouch low to the ground. My claws struck the wooden floor as I lifted my bloodlust-filled eyes. "It's you." She recognized Ivan. "You're the traitor." A growl escaped her throat, but she was nothing I couldn't handle. My screech drew her attention before I grasped her by the fur. She rolled across the room, agile enough to land on her feet, and then she bowled at me. Of course she knew me. Everyone did. "Run." "Take him," I ordered Ivan. "I'll handle her." Nora growled at me, and it was obvious she wasn't going to give up without a fight. She pounced in my direction, clinging to the walls before jumping at me. Her claws sliced across my throat, causing it to bleed. And just as Ivan grabbed her father, Nora zoomed in his direction to halt him. She howled. I lifted my eyes. I underestimated her. She was putting up a good fight, but I just didn't want to hurt her. "You're not the enemy," I said to her. She shifted her gaze back at me with a snarl. "Let him go." "I won't hurt you," I said. "I know you're only just doing what your brother said, but inasmuch as I want to hurt him, I don't want to hurt you too." "Let him pass, Nora," I asked of her. And even though there was a little hesitation, she still shook her head. "You're going to have to kill me first." Her eyes raged at Ivan, and I cracked my neck. It didn't have to come to this. I moved to her in a split second, and with my two hands on her head, I snapped her neck. No, Ivan yelled, horror in his eyes and more so in her father's. I climbed over her body to him. You need to get him out of here as fast as you can, I muttered. And what about you? Ivan asked. Where's Eliana? I need to get to her. I looked at my watch again. Promise me, you'll be safe. I grasped Ivan's shoulders, letting my eyes fall to Gerald himself. And he nodded reassuringly. You too? He replied before I kicked my feet out of the chambers. I zoomed through the forest until I got back to the ballroom, and hearing a chorus of chuckling, I stopped in my tracks, right behind the door. Where is he? Your supposed mate? I could recognize his voice from a distance, and I knew this was the time. Eliana was out there. I had just one job, and that was to show up. That was exactly what I did. The door fell open with a tremble, and as soon as I stepped in, everyone turned around with gasps on their lips. They all knew me. I could tell by the terror in their eyes. But I wasn't here for them. I mounted forward, meeting Jackson's vengeful eyes. I was here for him. I heard you were looking for me? I croaked, pulling Eliana behind me, and the whole room just erupted in an uproar. What exactly is going on? Jackson asked. I should ask you myself. I scowled at him. What do you think you're doing? I warned you the last time to stay in your pack and let me handle mine, he replied. I inched closer to him. The thing is, I can't. Not when Eliana's my mate. I watched his eyes widen. That's ridiculous, he said. Plain and simple. Surely the moon goddess might have made a mistake. I'll be careful with my words if I were you. You don't want to make too many enemies in one night, I said. I'm not afraid of you. Denver Jackson gritted through his teeth, and I twisted my tongue. That's unfortunate with Eliana behind me. I knew I wanted to protect her, and there was a surge of courage that ignited my chest. Because you should be, I paused. Because at the end of the day, the one thing between you and that throne is going to be me, I said. Eliana slipped her hands softly into mine, and I clenched them tight. He stared astoundingly at the both of us. You can't challenge me. Not when you have your own pack. It's not possible. You can't do that, he fretted. I can do anything I want, Jackson. I think you may have forgotten. You're not an alpha. But I am, I reminded him. So condescendingly that it struck him like a knife in his chest. I could see the anger in his eyes as he folded his fist. But then his hands opened after a tense second. There was a brief silence. You didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you? Jackson smiled, and a furrow came between my eyes. His lips curled. Get him, he said, and suddenly Eliana was whisked from my hands and thrown into the crowd. A distasteful howl echoed through my ears, and I looked up to find Nora. They have him, she said. They have Father Jackson's eyes narrowed as he shook his head at me before thrusting himself through the ceiling. As the debris came down with a tremble, the whole pack started shouting and screaming and looking for a way out of there. I lunged myself to save Eliana, but Nora got to her first. Go, she then whispered. I'll handle Nora. Just don't let him get my father, Eliana said. I shook my head firmly. There's nowhere I'm leaving you. I said we'll get through this together, I muttered. But Eliana stood firm on her grounds. You also said you were going to save my father. That's what I want you to do, Denver, she said. If they get him, I'm not sure I'll ever see him again. I won't ever forgive you, Denver. Her eyes welled up with tears as she gripped my hands. Please, she said, save him. And I looked back and forth between the hold ceiling and Eliana right in front of me. I can handle Nora, she said, and part of letting my guard down meant I had to trust her too. But the thing was, if something were to happen to Eliana, I wouldn't forgive myself either. And that just left me with an even harder decision to make.